Mettez-vous dans l'ambiance avec des fragrances authentiques des fêtes de Airwick.
Twitch, we back, baby. Oh, what happened? Huh? Am I fine? Oh no, we back. Okay, we back, baby. Jeez, 2 days off. Had to work, 2 days off. We're back, baby. We're gonna continue the Beluga vid, part 4. I have part 1, 2, and 3. Ready to go. What the fuck? I got part 2 ready, 3, and ready to go. I am gonna do display capture today because my frames tend to be more consistent when I use, because I've been using screen capture for a while now. I've been using screen capture for a while, so I figured why not do display capture for more consistent and more higher frames. I want as high as frames possible, so I'm gonna give much more consistent frames. So we're back. We're getting on Beluga. I'm sorry for the last stream. When I was trying to do the hold on a second. Hold on. Pause that. Okay, so let me explain what happened. So when I was searching up the live stream, in the last live stream, when I was searching up for Historia and like her facial expressions. That was the word I wanted to say. The difference between her facial expressions between her being deadpan to her being much more worried. Um, what happened is I turned off my desktop audio because I didn't want any copyright strikes, any volume or anything. But I forgot to turn it back on. So what I did is I cut the part where I was muted, which was about like an hour and a bit. And we're gonna continue from there. I am gonna be backing up because I want you to hear what Beluga is saying because I don't want to take him out of context. Um, so yeah, we're gonna go back and continue his vid. Yeah, so we're using a display capture because it's better on my frames. You see here it's FPS 40 FPS. I used to barely get like half of it now, but look at that. With my using display capture, my frames are much more consistent, much more better, and it's better for you guys to see it too. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna watch Beluga's video. We're gonna continue on it, part 4. We're gonna go back on it because I want you guys to really understand my points, understand his points. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna rewind because we're gonna rewind from where he said, his story's deadpan face, and yeah, we're gonna continue from there. So is everything consistent? Let's see here. Yep, high FPS. Let's keep going from here. Um, I think we're still using display capture from now on. Yeah, I use a MacBook. I don't think you can see it, but I use a MacBook. Okay, so let's continue on. Complete his Eren Historia debunking. Part 4. We're gonna rewind to get to points here. So
stuff, and then we have the blush.
okay, so I'm gonna top the volume from myself on my headphones. We're gonna rewind because I need to know when he said his story deadpan face. We're gonna rewind because I did I did mute a bit because I forgot to mute it. So let's boost up to all the way 720. That's the highest you can go. The highest in vid can go. Um, frames look pretty higher. 37. Okay, so we're gonna rewind a little bit. So um, let's just see here.
But until then, stories of words are spoken to terminate with.
Was it here? Because we need to know the deadpan face. So I think we end off the blushing. Let's end off the blushing here. So yeah, it's my fault. I didn't realize my desktop audio was off, so now like we're not even on track. So I'm trying to rewind as much as possible. I think it was here. Let's see
What
here.
about all the Titans? No troops not. And save humanity.
Yo, I stopped. I dropped you a fall, my G. Thank you, Roughneck Cookie. Um, it's the what you wanted to do the fall for follow? Is that what you wanted? 'Cause I can now follow you back. Oh, you gone? You gone already? Wow. Quick dip, quick a drive by of follow and that's it. Thank you, Roughneck Cookie. 46 strong. Let's hit 50, bruh. Um, I will yeah, I'll have my I need to do this. I need to put my brother's link, my brother's Twitch link down below in my bio, because therefore you can guys follow him too, because we're both trying to grow. So yeah. But I'll do that after the stream. How is it? Is the quality good? Is the frames are good? I mean, the frames are pretty high, 24 per second. My laptop's pretty fine. My CPU looks pretty chill. So yeah, I should start doing more display capture from now on. Bet on my fucking thing, huh? I'll just do my shit on my phone from now on. Alright. Yeah, so while during those 2 days I did find new evidence that Eren met Armin before Mikasa. So when we go on AOT, oh shit, I forgot to fucking turn off my my sound, huh? So when we go on AOT chapter 83. So we go on AOT chapter 83. Sorry, I need to lower the screen down. So when we go on AOT chapter 3, first here, we know for a fact that Eren met Armin first. How can you tell? Well, look, he's wearing the scarf. See here? Eren's wearing the scarf. And we all know for a fact that he never wears the scarf again. As soon as he gives it to Mikasa, he never wears it again. So here we go. If you want more proof that Eren met Armin first, there's your proof right here. Chapter 83. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Chapter 83. Okay, let's just start here, I guess. I got my snacks ready, got my Sour Patch Kids, I got my water, so therefore it can balance out the sugar intake, and let's continue.
Just like Eren had sworn himself back when he was a little kid. But, now before we get this in here, she was really happy when he called her a normal girl. That's great.
Okay, I always said this in the last stream. His tactics are basically downplaying it or having false information. One proof that he had, I think I showed later on in his video, was a post that apparently some interview that one of the Twitter users had with Isayama. Last stream already debunked that. If it's last stream already debunked that. I put more further detail into the last stream. But basically TLDR here is that if I think he's gonna use one of the Mikasa Twitter posts, and the Twitter post is really biased because the two accounts that he used, well, the account that took the original account that that apparently had the interview was also biased because because that person is Mikasa stand, and then the person that took a picture of it was an Aramika stand. And if you look closer to the link, it shows usually when you have like a link, the Twitter link, it shows the Twitter handle, it shows the numbers and shit. Then it shows what type of post it is. So it shows photo, and it shows what photo is it. So if you pay attention to it, it said Ackerman girl. So I always clear that she's biased. That always clear that she's biased. But I had to check on the account just in case. It showed it showed Ackerman girl, a bunch of numbers, photo 1. So that means that that Ackerman girl, the only thing that she really took a picture of was that post. And if you look closely, on the bottom of the tweet, it said +4. Usually when you put +4, it means it's a thread. So that means is that we gonna get the full context of the interview, meaning that we don't know whether that we don't know the whole story of the interview, so we can't take that into consideration. And also, there was 3 people in the room. Apparently, there was Kazumi Kasa. There was I forgot what the guy's name. The script writer for the anime, and then we had Isayama himself. Apparently, um, Kazumi Kasa, Kazumi Kasa. That's basically what the freaking thing is. Kazumi Kasa asked, I don't know who the person who asked it. I don't know if it was, I don't know who she asked it to. I don't know if it was Isayama or the scriptwriter. But then it said, oh, he asked me, isn't that Mikasa? Now, typically, I don't know if you're hearing properly. Hold on, let me say here properly. Okay, guys, hearing properly? Okay. Typically, when you say, isn't that Mikasa? It's more of a confirmation question. Right, so typically when you want more of a confirmation, you typically phrase the question in that manner. So for example, let's just say let's just say there's been rumor been spread, right? And then you go to your friend like, oh, wait a minute, I heard, I go to my friend like, oh, I heard you're dating Claire. Is that true? Typically when you say is that true, or like is that true, it means, or similar to that, it means like a confirmation, right? I mean, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, you did steal his phone. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? Typically when you say something, when you phrase a question like that, it means um it's more of a confirmation. But the problem is we also, it's already many ways you can debunk it, but it's also we never get the full context of the interview. We never get the full thread of the interview, therefore of the quote unquote interview. Therefore, that source that he used to back up his statement of how Eren, most important thing that Eren was Mikasa, is completely debunked, because the context of the interview, we don't get the full context. The two accounts are very biased. If you looked at my last stream, one of them is Mika stan, and the other one is the EM only, EM Mika only ship. So those two are already biased, and the fact that this fact that Beluga used that source to back up his statements, that does not mean that is very weak. And also, we don't really know, we don't get really concrete information of that tweet, or of that thread, because it's a thread. Could we say +4 plus that? So clearly, it's a middle of a thread. We don't know it, right? And also, how it's phrased, it's not even correct, because why would Isayama or this anime scriptwriter would ask Kazumi Kasa that question? I mean, because Kazumi Kasa doesn't, she's not the writer, it's Isayama. So clearly, I think what happened is that the script, I forgot his name. I think it's like uh Mikasashi-san or something like that. But anyways, the anime script writer, I think what happened is the anime script writer was asking Isayama that question, but I think he wasn't looking at Isayama directly. He thought he was looking at, I think he was looking at Kazumi Mikasa. So I think that she actually misinterpreted and misunderstood what was going on in the room. Again, it's not again, the interview can be completely invalid, because we never get like a concrete, like we never get like a source for it. And I looked through his video, I looked through his info, and we don't get the source of that tweet. We won't get the article. We won't get, the only thing that he shared us was the article. Therefore, do not take the tweets that he showed in this video or in the last stream seriously. But again, his tactics is debunking, is literally the only tactic that he has is downplaying. That's the only thing he has. Let's continue. Sorry.
Well, Potions are to avoid eating him out of his mouth.
Yeah, again, I don't know if you can hear me correctly again. I'm using my gaming headset to talk this time, because I noticed that I'm using my Mac headset's a little off, but I do know that it's easier for me to use my headset because it has like a button, so I don't have to go on OBS and press this. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, so what you're saying here is that some people think that Eren's a bit over. Okay, Okay, let him read, because I can hear better, so let him read, and I'll try to counter it. Yeah, sorry. My heart's beating a little quickly, man. It's been a while since I started back on streaming. It's been 2 days. Out of the loop a little bit, so let's just get back into it, man. I need to take, hold on a second. I need to take that sound off. Let me take the sound off my thing. I don't want no browser sounds. Just see? That's why I don't want any browser sounds. Okay. Uh, browser. Sorry, browser sounds. Browser sounds. Turn it off. Okay. Browser sounds off. And we are back. Alright, let's do this.
The will of, how does he capitalize the W? Under the will of Carl Frick.
It's okay, if you don't know why it's capitalized, because it's an actual thing in the story. The will of Carl Frick is basically some sort of condition that he puts it's a condition that Carl Frick put on all of his alien lineage, so that way whenever someone gained whatever royal family or someone's lineage eats the founding titan, they gain his they share his ideology forcefully. They forcefully gain his ideology.
She also recalls Freckles in there telling me live a life she was proud of and decisive, but against her father, who is intent on using her.
That's true. Rod was intent on using her.
This is the sins of the father thing.
It is. It is.
Now, I'm not gonna say this objectively, but I'm pretty sure.
I think we already knew you're not seeing this objectively from the beginning. We all know that. We all know you're not seeing this objectively. That's pretty much stating the obvious. Yes, we all know you're not seeing it objectively. Is it going well for you guys? Is it more fluid? Because this is my first time using display capture. Because I used to use window capture, so it only record my this application. But how is it going? Is it fluid? Is it fluid? I mean, it looks fluid. My frames are going up and up every time, but so I think it's going well.
They're misunderstanding how sins of the father thing.
Okay, if you don't know the Sins of the Father is, I did explain this in my last stream, but Sins of the Father theme is basically using your child for very selfish reasons. Something like that. I think I explained it better last stream, but um basically the consequences of the past generation's action, the consequences of the past generation is put on, or the next generation, which is children, is suffering the consequences of the past generation's actions. That's what the Sins of the Father theme is. It's simply similar to that.
It's another thing.
Again, I explained it better last stream. I'm just trying to skim through it, because like I already explained this last stream. I try to skim through as much as I can, because I already saw this last stream.
I thought the same person who recommended me this ship analysis. We had a debate, and I did not have my computer, so I didn't get recorded. But it was a great debate. Yeah.
I'm not gonna take that to heart, because you already know you're not a reliable source. So you can say in your perspective it was a great debate, because maybe that guy didn't have anything to counter argue against you.
I'm looking at you. What was your name? Chroniclist. Yeah. I want that recording back. But he was talking about this, and he was saying how the Sins of the Father thing was dropped. And what I keep trying to explain to people over and over again is that Eren has to die in order for the Sins of the Father thing to be.
That doesn't make any sense. How does the Sins of the Father theme has to die unless Eren is a father himself? Eren does not have to die. In order Sins of the Father theme to connect with, I mean, it's already connected with Eren from the beginning, but in order thematically, if you want to talk about thematically, in order to surpass his father, Grisha, he would have to become a father himself. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, in order to be a better father, a better dad, he has to become one, right? Because we already know in Marley, he met his grandfather as well. And Eren kind of had like talking about it, you can tell by the dialogue that he was like secretly like mad at him for like treating Grisha so badly and blaming it on him for Faye's death. So basically, yeah, he would have surpassed his grandfather and his father, sins of the father. Exactly, that's what it is. And Eren can't surpass his father without becoming one himself. That's why the sins of the father theme goes so well. Because originally, well, I don't say originally, but I thought that most people thought that Eren was the father of Historia's child, and that if he did the rumbling and completed it, his child could be free. Sure, he wouldn't be, but a piece of him would, which would be inside a child, right? Because obviously, if him still had a child, then the child would be half of Eren, and therefore Eren is indirectly free. He himself not free. Well, he is free, but he can't enjoy the freedom. But his kid can, and so can the future generations. That's what I thought it was going to. That's what most people thought, or most people that think this similar that I do thought what was going to. No, Sins of the Father theme. Yeah, Sins of the Father is everywhere throughout the story, but it's prevalent. But nobody surpasses the Sins of the Father. That's the issue.
Be done properly. The whole children out of the forest into the fall thing is about ending the cycle of violence. No,
Yeah, but no. I mean, yes, but what Eren was doing was going to end that, right? Eren knows that he can't end violence. That's his human nature. But what Eren would have ended is the cycle of hatred against his people, the cycle of hatred and violence against his people. That's what Eren was trying to end. That's the cycle that Eren was talking about. Not not the thing as a whole. We all know that. That's his human nature. People be violent. That's his human nature. But what Eren was trying to end was a cycle of hatred and violence against his people and his home and people on the island. That's what Eren. That's what Eren was talking about in context. But in order for that to work, you have to take Eren out of context. Because Eren was not trying to end all the cycle of hate, all the cycle of violence, like in general. But no, he was just trying to end it against his people on the island. That's what he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to end the whole complete cycle. We all know that violence is gonna happen. It's just natural. Whether that be like little scuffles and fight, people are just violent naturally, or have a violent no, not naturally, but they have a violence. Everyone has a violent side to them. It's just harder. For some people, it's easier to get into that violent nature than others. Everyone has that violent side. Everyone knows that. He's not trying to change that from people. He's not trying to make everyone a pacifist. That's not the problem. The problem was that his people were going to die because of what they are. People out the outside hated them because of what they are in the history all those years ago. Even though the aliens nowadays are nothing like them, nothing like how they were millennia ago. That's the issue. And the problem was that the outside world was well, it's not festering, but they continued it. Now, I don't know if fester the right word, because I'm not trying to sound intellectual as hell, but it was trying to they kept the cycle going, basically. They kept it going. That's the that's the issue I'm trying to get at. I'm trying again. I already explained this in my last stream, so I'm just skimming through. I'm just trying to elaborate a little more on it. But that's where the sins of the father comes from. It's basically not putting, not making the next generation suffer of the past generation's consequences. To put that into Again, that's how I saw the theme, at least, you know. All right, I'll explain this last stream, so I'm just trying to skim
By
through it.
using violence to end violence, by using forgiveness to end violence.
That's not gonna work. We already know that's not gonna work because we know that talking does not work. We saw that throughout the story when Evan Armin trying to talk, it wasn't going to work. Unless there's action put behind it. That's what the whole 50-year plan is. The 50-year plan is basically making a partial rumbling. You're still putting action behind the plan. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Is that the outside world didn't want to forgive the aliens. They didn't want to forgive them. That's the issue. If if the outside world was nice and forgave aliens for what happened all those years ago, the rumbling would not have occurred. Was the fact that the outside world kept festering yeah, festering? Yeah. The fact that they kept festering on the cycle and to the point where they even declared total annihilation of the parody island. Eren was pushed to no choice. He got to retaliate. And even if you say forgiveness ends violence, that's not the 50-year plan is just basically giving the outside world an ultimatum. Is rather reluctantly uh um is rather reluctantly you know uh you know leave us alone or reluctantly help us or we fuck you up. The 50-year plan had some action into it. None of them none of them is just, the 50-year plan is not just talking. The 50-year plan is forcing the outside world of an ultimatum. It's like, okay, well, you better leave us alone or we fuck you up. And they show it with a partial rumbling. That's the whole 50-year plan. And obviously, forgiveness goes both ways. If the outside was not willing to forgive the aliens, then why should the aliens do? Why should the aliens forgive them? It goes both ways.
It's very strange. I might be wrong. I might be wrong with the season 5 thing, but I'm pretty sure we misinterpreted it. And it's just
No, yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna comment this time, but yeah, you did misinterpret it. It's fine. I don't think that the guy you debated explained it well, but I think it's fine. That's not what the sins of the father is, but that's fine.
strange to use this.
It's not strange. Again, you can't really say that because you don't even know the theme yourself. You don't even know what that theme. You don't even know the theme of it yourself. So you can't say it's strange. You said like, "Oh, I'm a little confused. I don't really know much about the sins of about this theme. I mean, this guy explained it to me, but I'm not too sure this is like one." Just say it like that, man. Just say you don't really know what that means. Because what the guy explained to you was not the right. That's not what sins of the father is. At least again, I don't know. I don't know how he explained it well. I don't know how he explained it. I don't have any. There's no source of the debate, so I don't really know what the thing is. And I mean, the guy who you're talking about, the only thing I think the reason why it's a great debate because he was more sucking you off and more conceding to your points. Again, we don't have the full context. I doubt he was. I think he was more of an agreeer than an actual uh arguer. I don't know if that's the right word of saying it, but something like that.
Which is President AOT. Yes, I agree. I'll explain more in detail in the next section. Don't worry. Yeah, whatever.
Yes, don't say whatever, dude. She is gonna explain it. After all, you're not even according to this. Oh shit, what's this? Yes, my name's Tomorrow. Leave me alone. Well, that's my full name, but that's just my second last name, my first name. Okay. Where was that at? I think where was she? Where was he at? I think he was No. Because I think, judging by this, he looked like sins of the father meme. Here? Because sins of the father theme. I feel like I passed this. I think it's past this person. I think it's past this. Yeah, I think it's past this. Sorry, I wanna catch up with him as well. Okay, yeah, it's here. Okay, we're here. So yeah, we're not even, he's only like a quarter in. Alright, let's keep going.
Lots of sections to get to. Some people think that what Historia says to Eren is a bit over the top and doesn't exactly sound like consoling him, which is why many people find it case to be important when it comes to it. No, I think everyone recognizes how important the scene is.
No. I mean, what do you think? It is actually pretty important. Because Eren reminds you of that back in 130. So clearly that scene is important.
Just because two people opposite gender have an important scene does that mean that they're romantically interested.
Well, I mean, you do that for Eren Mika for chapter 50. You do that for Eren Mikasa in chapter 50. It's that rule for thee, not for me. And then you can say, you can exact say from you can say the exact same thing for chapter 52. Not chapter 50 as well. Sorry, just say it better like that. For chapter 50 as well. Shrug shoulders.
Some people felt realized that Historia's behavior was what Eren needed at the moment. Interesting. What Eren needs.
Yeah, he needs honesty and understanding. Something that Mikasa never gave him. And that's true.
Interesting. Now, see, this is really into the meat and potatoes here. So, I'm assuming they're trying to make the argument. Okay, so Eren needs someone to push him forward to do his duty. So this is coming from the perspective of the rumbling was a good thing.
No. Well, actually, rumbling's not a good thing. Rumbling is not a good thing. No matter how you're trying to spin, it's not a good thing. Is it understandable? Yeah. Is it good? No. It's not a good thing. Is it necessary? You can argue it's necessary. It's not really a good thing, per se. But, I mean, if you want to spin it that way, then whatever. I mean, Eren was trying to not do the rumbling throughout, like, throughout, like, most of the pre-time, not pre-time skip, post-time skip. So clearly he did not desire on doing it. We see that in chapter 131 too, that he's not okay with it. Or whatever.
Right. So this all comes from a complete misunderstanding of the character of Eren, how he's not free, how he's a slave to his desires, and so.
Yeah, but you can set it for every other character. It's not just if you try and use determinism to back up your statement, then you can say that for every other character. You can literally say that for every single character. Not just Eren. You can literally say that every character in the story is a slave. Not just Eren. Let's continue.
You're saying he needs Historia, in which if this version of Eren is true, this version that does not exist anywhere, is true, then Eren's story makes sense. However, that is not. The rumbling was a vain attempt at gaining, so this again, personal freedom. Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, it was not. He did not do the rumbling for his own freedom. Before 139, he clearly states that he's doing to protect his people. He wants his people to be free. Free from outside threats. At this point, he doesn't really care much about his personal. Oh God, he doesn't really care much about personal freedom anymore. His personal freedom is making sure his people are safe and his people are free from from foreign invaders. That's his freedom now, in the grand scale of things. What is and I don't think Eren explains it. What is Eren's personal freedom? Because we know that in 131 he's coping. He's coping with the fact that hey, it is freedom, but we know it's not. Because he knows that after he does this, he can't enjoy the quote unquote freedom that he achieves. He can't enjoy the freedom that he gets. We know that. He did not do the rumbling for his own sake of freedom. He had to make a decision. His people or the world. And he chose the world. He chose his people over the world. Sorry, that's not what I was trying to phrase it, but he chose people over the world. That's what makes in a grand scale he is selfish. Because he doesn't want his people to die. Even though he knows that if he thinks in the greater good perspective, it would be better if the island was destroyed. But he doesn't want that. And it's shown, and he told us throughout the story that it's not. He knows that he's not gonna be free, so he's gonna do it to protect his people. Cause how can you enjoy the freedom knowing that he's gonna kill all the rest of the world? We know for a fact that freedom does not equal to happiness. So yeah, he can get his freedom, but he's not gonna be happy. But what would have made it melancholic is that he won't directly enjoy it, but a part of him will, which would have been his kid that he has with Historia. So therefore, he would be like similar. He'd be in the exact same position as Reiner. A person wants to kill himself, but he can't because he has a family that cares about him. So his reason to keep living. He'd be in the exact same position as Reiner, except obviously on a much worse scale. But yeah, to end up just like Reiner, a mentally broken person who only lives for his family. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like it's melancholic type of way, you know? I don't know what's the right word of saying it, like melancholy, but like it's like because melancholy is like happy but sad at the same time, like bittersweet. If I'm correct, it's like kind of what melancholy is. I'll check my phone later on, but I'm pretty sure that's what melancholy is, like happy and sad at the same time. But I don't know.
It was an attempt at anything for paradise. To know that I'm aware of that. But at the same time, there's also an attempt for personal freedom, which is separate.
Okay, but here's the problem. How is it separate from his personal freedom? How is it separate from his personal freedom? Because I think, again, I think that he already knows that he's not going to get the freedom that he wants. He knows that. In order to get it, he has to kill people. He knows that he's going to be free, but he's not going to be happy. So how is his personal freedom separate from his island's freedom? Because they're pretty much the exact same thing. Right? Eren wanted to explore the world, but he can't do that because the outside world hates his people, and therefore hates him and hates his friends because of what they are. And due to the fact that they declared war, he kinda has what's that thing? He had no choice. Or forced his hand. There it is. Forced his hand. Because all the plans that, well, not all the plans, but the plan that they had was not a certainty. It was just hoping. It was only on hope that they would not retaliate right back. Sorry. And hoping that Historia does not get die throughout the child in the childbirthing process. Sis, because it's gonna be plural, because she's gonna pump out a lot of kids, and Eren cares about her, because he doesn't want kids just being born just to be fed with one another. Because by his ideology, the kid should be. That's not the reason to have kids, just for your own personal gain, which is also the sins of the father as well. I think that's the main definition of sins of the father. I'm not too sure. Again, I'm not much of a theme guy, so I don't know all the meanings of the themes and shit like that. But I'm pretty sure what the sins of the father is having kids for selfish reasons. Like, for example, Grisha having Zeke to forward his Eldian plan. You know, Alma having Historia and hoping to get money. Well, yeah, we'll say money. Yeah, something like money to get a higher status. Obviously, that means money. So no, he did not do it for personal freedom, because I think at this point I think, for me again, I think that he gave up on it. I think him saying it's freedom is just is his own way of coping of what he's doing. He knows that he's not going to be. He is that, yeah, sure, he's going to be free, but he can't enjoy it. He knows that. So for him. It's not really about his own personal freedom anymore. It's about the people on the island. So at that point, his island's freedom and his freedom are one and the same. Because the reason why he's not free is because the outside world hates his people.
I have to say, it's separate.
No, it's not. How is it separate? What is Eren's personal? Why does Eren think that he's not free? Is he gonna explain how the freedom of the island and if his freedom is separate? How is he gonna explain it?
They they could they could run parallel. For example, I could get $100 million deposited to my bank account.
But again, that's just hoping. You could get it, but you're not going to get. That's the whole point, sir. No, for Eren's case, it's not even could. It's a would. Because the reason why he is not free, the reason why his people are not free, is because the outside world wants them dead. The reason why Eren and his people are not free are one and the same. They can't explore the world because of what they are, and the outside world hates them. They want to destroy them. Because parody gets destroyed, right? That means there's no use. If that's the case, then, and we already know that the Middle East already has anti-tank artillery, so there's not really much use to Titan's gonna be much more what I would say, useless. Yeah, useless. Simple word, useless. I'm not trying to sound. I'm not. I'm trying to sound like. I'm trying to use like synonyms, but they're gonna be useless. They're already starting to be useless. We saw Rhino with the armor Titan being nearly killed by anti-Titan artillery that the Middle East was cooking up. So, and the reason why at the Eldian rights meeting, why they were so let's show Eldians compassion, is because the Eldians on the rest of the world were already suffering because of the history. It's like, okay, well, the Eldians on the mainland suffered, but not the ones on the island. You feel me? So let's make them suffer like the rest of the Eldians did. because the aliens already around the world already being treated very poorly to the point where being in the ghetto is literally your best outcome for being an alien on the main lines. So, I mean, show them show them compassion. I mean, you're gonna do that now after they've been suffering for how long now? Mm.
That could make it so that I'm happy. Does it?
No, happiness does not equal to freedom. That's the problem with every ending offender. Happiness is not equal to freedom. They're not the same. Freedom and happiness are not the same thing. You can be free, but be fucking miserable. You could be happy, but in an abusive relationship. Freedom and happiness are not the same thing. That's the problem. That's the problem with his argument here. He's putting it as if freedom and happiness are equal in the story, but it's not. It's not equal. Freedom and happiness are not the same thing. They're two completely different things.
That guarantees that I'm happy? No.
No, again, I always said it. Freedom and happiness do not is not the same thing. So his point here is already no. Or yeah, is it no? Is that how you say it? No. No. I wanna say I wanna make sure I'm saying it correctly. Having no value. Okay, yeah, it's no. There it is. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, so it's free, so it's, what, clean it? Bet, let's clean it. Thank you. Let's clean it. Is my frames going well? 88 cookies. Why is something to clean it if you're not gonna clean anything off it, bro? Fuck you. Okay. Yeah. So again, freedom does not equal happiness. Eren did not do the rumbling in hope of being happy. He's doing it in hopes of and being free. That's the problem. He thinks his point here only makes sense if freedom and happiness have the same exact meaning, but they don't. They're two completely different things. Freedom is a physical state that you're in, or a mental state, physical, mental, whatever. It's a state that you're in, while happiness is an emotion. They're not the same thing. So therefore his point here is no, because his point will only be correct if freedom and happiness diction are the same. If only freedom and happiness are synonyms in a dictionary, but it's not. Look, let's see here. Freedom, happiness. I have to actually. I can't actually search this up, but I want you guys to know there's a difference here. No, I don't want no fucking. Shit, I fucking Ah, well, should put my fucking VPN, huh? Anyways, whatever. So, freedom, the power to power to write, power to write, act, think as one without hindrance or restraints, right? So we clearly know the state of not of being imprisoned or enslaved, absolute rejecting of this one. Okay, well clearly we know that the first thing of freedom is most likely correlated to Eren, because Eren does not have the right to travel, well, to act, because acting means doing actions. So Eren does not have the power to travel because of what he is. Therefore, he has boom. He doesn't have he doesn't have the privilege to go explore the world. Because if he tries to, and if people find out what he is, he will die. If his friend try to do the same, tries to explore, he will die. And it's funny when he talks about this freedom. There's a panel of not his sister, his aunt dead body, with our eyes, not, would I say chewed out? Yeah, chewed out. I mean, she got mauled by dogs. So yeah, chewed out. Because having that blind naivety can cause you your death, which happened to what happened to Faye. And it's funny here when you look at the synonyms, there's no happiness here. It says the right to privilege, independence. That's political freedom. That's not what Eren wants. Eren doesn't care about political freedom like that. Liberty, liberation, you know. There's no happiness here because happiness and freedom are not the same thing, right? We go on synonyms here, and look, where's freedom? This is from Oxford Languages, from Oxford Dictionary, right? Contentment, pleasure, satisfaction, cheerfulness. Even when you expand on it, there's no freedom here. Because freedom and happiness are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. So his point will only make sense if freedom and happiness are synonyms to each other, but they're not. They're two completely different things. Therefore, his point here is null.
Not in the slightest. So I can take care of my money problems and my happiness problems at the same time, or I can take care of my money problems and I could still have happiness problems. You see, that's the difference there.
Boom! You just look at that. You just contradicted yourself because if you have money, you would be free from money problems. You just contradicted yourself there because again, you just proved that freedom is not equal happiness. Because yeah, you can be rich, but can still commit suicide. Celebrities have committed suicide before, whether it's by overdose or whatever. Because when you're rich, you are free from any debt, any money problems. You don't have to worry about, oh shit, I have to make sure my rent is paid by the end of the week, or how am I get this rent money. You don't have to worry about stuff like that. But you can still not be happy. That's the whole point. Freedom and happiness are not the same thing. They're two different things. You can be free to do whatever you want, but not be happy. It's not the same thing, and you just proved it. You just said, oh, I can be rich and solve my money problems, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be happy. Exactly. Let's hear the point again, because I want to make sure I don't want to take him out. I don't want to make sure I don't want to take him out of context or mistaken him. But
So
what?
I can take care of my money problems
Mhm.
and my happiness problems at the same time, or I can take care of my money problems and I could still have happiness problems. You see?
Exactly, right there. It's the latter, because freedom and happiness are not the same thing. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you're gonna be happy. And we see this throughout many celebrities that they talk about it. Many celebrities talk about this. For example, a recent example that I saw interview was J. Cole. J. Cole was talking about you know, success and like when you have success, you don't realize that the small things are important too until you lose it. Again, I don't know the full contents of the interview, but that's basically what you're saying. Money does not equal happiness. If money equals happiness, then you would see then there will be no cases of rich people committing suicide. Or there'll be no cases of people there'll be no cases of people committing suicide. You see celebrities and all these people dying from intentional overdoses or hanging themselves or cutting their own wrists or something like that. It shows you that it literally shows that freedom does not equal happiness. Because if freedom equal happiness, then there would be There will be no cases of any rich people committing suicide or nothing like that. That shows you that freedom does not equal happiness. Let me show you. I want to see an example right here. I want to show you like a celebrity. I think most people will go to, I don't want to, um, um, I think he's like a, yeah, again, okay, this is a recent example. There's one guy who popped in my head, Kurt Cobain. He's part of the, if you don't know who Kurt Cobain is, he's the lead singer and guitarist of Nirvana, right? Literally, I think it was, what, almost 30 years ago? He died in 94. He died in 94. So that's almost 30 years ago. He killed himself by taking a shotgun and shooting himself in the head with it. And Kurt Cobain, his band was very popular back in the 80s and 90s. That's just a popular case. Kurt Cobain. His band was rich, his band was freaking popular as fuck, but he still committed suicide in 94. That his case and he committed suicide. So that case showed that's one of many cases of celebrities committing suicide. That shows you that freedom does not equal happiness. Because in his example, he used money. So Kurt Cobain was rich, but he wasn't happy. Because, yeah, using his analogy or his example, Kurt Cobain was rich. He was rich and famous, but he still committed suicide in 94. That shows you that that shows you that money does not equal happiness. So in the context of AOT, freedom does not equal happiness. Freedom and happiness are two separate things. And look at Kurt Cobain. You can say an example, he was free. Did he have to worry about freaking debts and money and shit? No. He had to worry about that. All I had to focus on is just having fun, having music, doing what he loves, which making music, hanging with his buddies, making music together. But he still died. And Kurt Cobain is just one of many celebrities that committed suicide. So again, in the context of AOT, freedom does not equal happiness. Even you can even read it in the dictionary, and it's two separate things. And we looked at all the synonyms, and there's no thing of freedom because freedom and happiness are not the same thing. Sorry. Sorry, I went on a little tangent, but again, I have to counter argument this point. Because in his head, he thinks freedom equals happiness, which is not true. And it's not true within the story as well.
See, that's the difference there. So Eren drove himself into more personal bondage by doing the rumbling, rather
No,
than bringing himself out of bondage by doing the rumbling.
what bondage? Again, if you want to put the slave to freedom thing, then you got to put the slave to everyone. Because at that point, you're only seeing Eren as a theme, not as a character.
Which is why he needs Mikasa's ideology.
What is it? Oh again, oh yeah, I already said this last stream. What is Mikasa's ideology? What is the ideology that she has gained throughout the series? What is the ideology? Like, I'm genuinely curious. What is Mikasa's ideology?
not Historia's. See, now we're starting to understand why he's better with Mikasa.
No, we're not, because you haven't explained what his personal freedom is. You haven't explained what his personal freedom is. That analogy was completely poor because using money problems. And again, you already counter argument with the second option because again, money does not equal happiness. We already had real cases of that with Kurt Cobain and many other celebrities. We already looked at dictionary definitions and they're not the same thing. They're not even synonyms. So no, his point is already no. And not only that, what is Mikasa's ideology? What is her ideology? And how is her ideology compatible with Eren's ideology? He hasn't explained that. Hold on, is that mic on? It is. Okay, it's on.
He's here to ignore empty words, but he needed a push because it was not the time for him to.
And it's so funny that okay, no, I'm wrong. No. When did Mikasa ever push Eren to do something? You can argue with Annie, but even then, he still didn't do it until Armin stabbed him and told him to get up. Besides that, when did Mikasa ever push Eren to do something? Besides that, because even then, when she tried to, it didn't work. It was actually Armin that got him up there. You can't see chapter 50 because in chapter 50 she was full on she was full on giving up because hey, she was going to die with Eren. So I mean, you know.
Whine when whining was all you ever did. Oh, so now he's a whiner. Okay, so he's whining now. Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily call Eren a whiner because whenever Eren cried or didn't want to, Eren cried, he always had a legitimate reason to. Yeah, so I'll disagree here. I don't consider Eren of a whiner, but is Eren an emotional person? Yes, he is an emotional person, but I won't consider him a whiner. But I think what Lily's trying to say here is that it was for time for him to just give up and cry. I think it was time. I think he was pushing to do an action. So yes, I agree here that he never. I wouldn't consider Eren a much of a whiner. I just consider him a very emotional person. And being an emotional person doesn't mean you're a whiner. Doesn't mean you're whiny. Sorry. You can be an emotional person and not be whiny. I'll disagree here. I don't think Eren's a whiny person. But I get where she's coming from, but I don't agree that like it's a she's a like, that Aaron's a whiny person. Is he an emotional person? Yes, he is, but he's not a whiny person. But I guess what she's trying to say is that it wasn't time for him to it wasn't the time for him to discourage himself. But again, she just phrased it wrong, right? I understand what she's trying to get at though. It wasn't time for him to just give up and beat himself up. Something like that. Again, that's how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm seeing this sentence. But yeah, I think she just phrased it a little wrong here. But the point's still the same though. It wasn't time for him to just beat himself up, and give up.
If you go back and look at chapter 50, then everything should be clear to you. Oh, it is clear. Trust me. Eren was bothered by his uselessness, and he was convinced that the world's going.
So he beating himself up, or if you want to say in simple terms, discouraging himself. Yeah.
Without someone like him, and this won't change until he talks to Keith in chapter 71.
Yes, true.
No, it changed when he talked to Mikasa.
No, it didn't. How did it change?
Mikasa said that she thanked him for and she thanked him for his walk around her, and then he said he'll wrap it around her over and over and over again. A promise, and he gives a promise. And you said earlier, you never opened up to a girl. I'll posit you this: you never gave a promise to any girl either. There's only one girl you gave a promise to.
But how does that? How does that change the perspective? How does it change his viewpoint on himself. Because he said that the world would be better off without him. How does chapter 50 change that? How does that change? Because Eren gains his ideology in chapter 71 when he talks to Keith. Because in 71, that's where he gets the ideology from his mother. That Eren is Eren is already special because he's born. That's where he got his ideology from. His mother. And when we know, she said that to him. She said that in chapter 71 in a flashback. So no, he did not get that from Mikasa.
He gave a promise to Ryder. That was a very romantic promise.
Again, wait, what? Because Eren never promised anything to Historia that we've seen. So you're just downplaying. You're just downplaying chapter 50 then. Whatever. I mean, they go against your point. I don't really care.
But until then, stories of words are spoken with determination, and it was helped motivate Eren to try to believe in himself.
Yeah, true. And it's funny too. Sorry, I'm so sorry. God. And it's true because Mikasa's literally right next to Historia, and she didn't say anything. She's right there, and she didn't say jack. Then he beats himself up again. You want to sit here and wait here? You want to just wait here and hold hands and get crushed or burned to death because of enemies of humanity? He's like, no, I'm gonna believe myself, and grabs the vial. So yes, it was Eren. It was what Historia said that pushed him to believe in himself more. That's true.
We don't know what's healing.
Wait, who said what?
Tried to believe in himself. We don't know what's healing.
I don't know what he said. I can't counter argue it because I don't know what he said. Again, it's a little underhanded comments, and given that his mic can barely pick up what he says, I can't understand it.
Helped motivate Eren to try to believe in himself.
Hold on, let me try again.
We don't know what's healing.
I don't know what he said. I can't counter argument it because I don't know. I can't understand what he said. He just did an underhanded comment and his mic barely picked it up.
This is great. This is great rhetoric. I must say, this is great rhetoric.
I can't tell he's being sarcastic. I think he is. This is a great. Yeah, it's being sarcastic. Damn. I think I called him an asshole last stream, but I think I cut that out because at that point I didn't. I think at that point it was already it was muted. The desktop audio was muted. Again, asshole. The only thing he can do is downplay. That's the only thing he can do because his analogies don't correlate with each other. It made no sense. And again, freedom is not correlated to being happy, as we stated with the case of Kurt Cobain. No, the case of Kurt Cobain counter argues his money happiness shit something like that.
Historia's speech is in fact so important that Eren will actually quote it to Ymir Fritz later in chapter 122.
Yeah, that's true.
I wonder why Ymir Fritz isn't free in chapter 122. I wonder why she's still drawing the child in 122. I wonder why she still obeys the king's wishes in 122. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Maybe you can answer this.
We don't even know. We never got full confirmation in 139. We only have to assume because when Armin asked Eren why did Ymir choose Mikasa, Aaron's like, oh, only Ymir knows. So we don't even get we never get an explicit answer on why. We only assume because we barely know Ymir as a character, so you only assume based on, and again, Mikasa is a bare bones. She has barely any fucking character development, so we only get, okay, the only thing that makes sense that Ymir connected to Mikasa is that the love shit. That's the only thing that connects Ymir and Mikasa. Because both of them characters don't really have anything to have, don't really have much depth to them besides that. And we never get an explicit answer in 139. It's only, oh, only Ymir knows. So you have to, which is basically, it's just implied or assumed. I mean, and again, I mean, when Eren tells her that you're a person, she cries. She finally shows emotion after those 2,000 years of suffering. She finally shows emotion. And we actually see her eyes. That's how many people thought before 149 how Ymir Fitz was so moved because we saw her cry. We never, in any of the flashback, we never see Ymir cry. Well, besides obviously her getting fucking shot of arrows and shit, but we never see her cry after that. All the years of suffering, all the years of that fucking in being that mental prison. Someone finally sees her as a person. King Fritz never saw Ymir as a person. And judging by the fact that she's crying, I'm pretty sure nobody after during those 2,000 years ever saw her as a person. We even see that complete contrast with Zeke. We see that complete contrast. Zeke doesn't treat Ymir or sees Ymir as a human. Because why? Zeke's like, yo, I'm of royal blood. You listen to me. I am of your lineage. Doesn't even see her as a person. Just sees her as a tool to complete his sterilization plan, his euthanasia plan. Nobody saw her as a human besides Eren. Well, that's until 149. But pre 149, no one saw her as a human besides Eren. No one has bothered to try to understand Ymir's pain. And we see that we see that complete contrast with Zeke, because Zeke does not see you as a person or treat you as a person.
And if he wasn't as moved as you think he was, I doubt he wouldn't restore his words. I think he was moved.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, he was moved. Yeah, he was moved. He didn't. He paraphrased Historia's speech that she said to him, and then he reminded her that she saved him back then. And we all know it's not physically, because we all obviously know many people have saved him physically plenty of times. But the reason why he keeps on thinking back to the caves, the reason why he keeps on the reason why he remembers that place so vividly, that event so vividly, is because that's when he was saved mentally. He literally wanted to die because of what his father did. He wanted to die. And of course he was moved. Historia literally chose him over her own dad. And then at the cut when the heading back to parody after Rod turns to a Titan, everyone was like, okay, how about I get eaten by Rod and therefore he turns into a human. And then for he can't destroy the walls. Levi asked him what chapter was it? Oh, let me check my phone. Cause I'm not making this shit up. This is true. Um Eren prepares, how do I say it? Prepares to be eaten by Rod. What chapter was that? Because right after they got him, uh, mm, shit, I'm trying to find a chapter. I'm not making this shit up. Mm-hmm. Rod Reed, yeah, you don't want to die from the Titan curse as well. Because, I mean, he can just have another kid. It's not really much of a fucking issue. Mm-hmm. For the monk chapter, same name, Season chapter. Mm. I think it's called Chains, right? Yeah, because they adapted this part. Yeah, reveals. And talk about the Ackermans. Person for story. Yeah. Okay, so the next chapter. It's probably chapter 65? It's probably chapter 65, if anything. Mm, mm-hmm. Okay, it's the king's backstory. Cut his own throat out. Okay, was it chapter 60? I guess it wasn't 65. Was it 66 or 67? Probably 67. I'm checking it. Yeah, 67. Okay, 67. So I'm just trying to make sure. Got some evidence. I'm trying to use the source material. Because I want to show you that the alien was very moved. Fuck, why? Oh, I keep going down. Sorry. Really chapter 67. Yeah, he woke up. Yeah. Eren saved his friends because he actually believed himself and hardened his power. Yeah, I see Rod. Yeah, okay, right here. So, we see here, right here, however, risking power to be controlled by opposing ideology, we want them to be free from having from the Titans. That's really interesting. So the Cliffian call this true peace. That's what for you to look at things. So that means you still have options. If I let that Titan eat me, then Rod will go back to being a human. We can still bring back the full progenitor Titan. But that's suicide. Yes, that is true. He would die. Seems that way. If Rodriguez turns back into a human, we can successfully restrain him and undo the first king's brainwashing. That way, we can save humanity. But are you saying prepared to do that? Yes. It was fully willing on to die. This actually parallels to the Hizu, the 50 year, the Hizu meeting, the Hizu meeting of the 50-year plan. Back in the 2 years, well, yeah, back in the flashbacks. This is correlating to this. Well, not correlating, but it's a parallel, right? Because Eren was full on ready to die and have his fate sealed by being eaten by Rod, and he's fully ready to do that. And then, okay, she says no, I don't want that to happen, but she comes up with another option. Again, similar to how Eren how Eren did back in the 50 in the Hizo meeting. Eren's like, yo, let's expand and not in this one, but in the Hizo meeting, Eren's like, yo, let's expand our options. Let's check our options. Historia's the same thing. Let's see, we have other options. Then she explains it. First off, the law problems with this plan to involve Progenitor Titan. Talk about undoing the brainwashing, but the Reiss family tried this do in decades and failed. Yeah, the only person that managed to fix it was Zeke, and we don't know how he fixed it, but apparently he managed to get rid of it. Once it's that power, we won't be able to restrain him. If we can alter humanity's memories, you also assume that there are other factors that we can't assume for our position. In fact, these circumstances could be the one humanity has. So genocide has been taken away from the people who propagate the ruinous ideas about peace. That's right, your father was trying to save humanity from the first king. Eren was shocked because he never saw it that way. He always saw it as really a true bad thing. He never saw it as, oh shit, his father did fucking fix most of the children. He sold genocide a system where he's found between women and children because the only option he had. If I want to say because all he had to learn how to control his power. He gets the memory, and bam. That means you'll think I think we only have one choice. And then if you think I think could have gone a lot easier. I give the option two. Are you sure about this Historia? Then yeah. Going to kill your dad, and then I mean, she still could have chose her dad. She could have agreed to that plan of having Eren eat Rod, and then, but she's like, no, kill Rod. I mean, he never cared about me. Man, that's just evidence. It's chapter 6. I just want to make sure there's evidence, cause yeah, yeah,
No problem saying that. I mean, guys, you get to guys. He used Annie's technique to beat Reiner in season 2.
yeah, because he was yeah. It's so funny. What did Mikasa teach Eren? I want to know. Do you ever move Eren mentally? Do you ever, or psychologically? Has he ever taught Eren any techniques? No, she never did any of that. He learned that from Annie. He learned techniques from Annie. So you can really argue here that Annie, not, you can argue that Annie has much more impact on his life than Mikasa. You can really argue that, and it makes sense. I mean, and Eren would not be where he's at. His hand-to-hand combat would not be as good like that if it was not for Annie, which is true. So, I don't know. But again, he's Beluga trying to downplay it. He's trying to downplay that. He's trying to downplay how moved Eren was by Historia. He's trying to downplay. Again, that's the only thing he has, because Lily's using actual evidence from the whole story. So, you know.
All day. If you didn't remember Annie's technique, guess what would have been important to him? Of course it was important to him, but no one's gonna prance on saying that Eren and Annie had this fun romantic relationship.
I mean, I believe if Annie was not a traitor, I believe that relationship, that friendship could have gotten somewhere. Cause don't forget, he was completely hesitant on, fighting Annie. And then Mikasa said, "Oh, do you have special feelings for her?" Eren couldn't look at Mikasa in the eye because it was partially true. After all, I mean, they did train together. He did learn moves from her, and it's implied because Annie was like, "Yo, I can teach you more," which you obviously she did from the various techniques that he copies from her to the point where he copying the stance. So yeah, you can I'll full on believe that if Annie was not a traitor, I believe that their relationship could have been bigger. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. But again, he's downplaying. He's just downplaying. That's the only thing he can do. He's downplaying it.
Except for Fox and Anime.
He calls out Fox and Anime because Fox and Anime did a video 5 years ago about this Annie love Eren. And obviously in the story it's not true, but if you look at the junior high manga or in the anime, Annie does have feelings for Eren in the junior high anime and manga too. he doesn't have feelings for Eren. I guess where he got that's where he got that from. Maybe in the original story too. The first time she see Annie smile was because Eren complimented her on her moves and saying, "Yo, like shit, I copied your moves. That was amazing." You know? I want. Has ever complimented Mikasa? Has ever Ducky complimented Mikasa or complimented her in any way? No, he never complimented Mikasa directly.
Or for that matter, even confessed to her as she stated in chapter 130 in the first place.
What? What can you say here? What is he gonna say here? I think it was where he said that Eren was going to be de facto king, but here's the problem. The only way for Eren to be a king is that he has to be married to Historia. That's how kings are made. Even legally he wouldn't even be a king, he'd be more of a consort, but I'm pretty sure Historia would call him a king. And many people would just say he's a king. But no. In order to be a king, you have to be married to us. You have to be married to the queen, or if you want to be a queen, to be married to the king. That's how it is. What you gotta say? I know his point here. It's like, oh, I know his point here. Because again, I watched. This is the we're still in the part we're still in the last live stream part.
As I've already explained to you guys,
What?
the main purpose of chapter 130
What?
was purely a political discussion.
No, it wasn't. It was both a political and a personal discussion. Because he has no reason to talk to Historia. He doesn't gain anything from talking to Historia. He actually puts his, again, I always said this in the last stream, he puts his plan at risk. Because he doesn't get anything from Historia. Because if Historia goes to the military and tells what Eren told her, then he's gonna be arrested. So, if anything, he's risking his plan to tell her the truth of what's going on. Which somehow no. I'm sorry. What was I saying again? Yeah, so he's the only one that's actually telling the truth to her. You know?
It wasn't maybe not purely, but it was a political discussion.
It was not necessarily a political discussion. You can oh yeah, it's if you look at chapter 30, it's a mix. It's a mix of emotional and political. Well, when I say political, because the only thing that's really here is just okay. But I don't think but he doesn't explain how is it a political discussion. Yeah, so see, Annie cares about her father because she remembers her dad. Mm. Well, I think again her top priority is the dad. She doesn't care about what happened to fucking Molly. Mm-hmm. Aldea. It's not really political here. I mean, you can argue it's political, sort of, but it's just Zeke's plan. And then Aaron's like, okay, we'll then Flock's there, so make sure she overhears Yelena. So obviously, by this point, Aaron's not gonna follow the plan from the beginning. We already know from 130 he wasn't following the plan since the beginning. We know that for a fact. I follow Zeke's plan, and parents only do the same. Well, pretending to follow Zeke achieve. And then he goes to his then I think he goes to Flock first, then he goes to Historia. And then only options to fight, and the MPs will run away. It's funny how he says our because clearly he would have said your only options are to run away to try to manipulate, but he says our, meaning that Eren was willing to fight the MPs or run away with her because no way she can do it by herself. So clearly Eren would have been protecting her while going into hiding. You know, I've been taking tiny can all the time. I know. So clearly, okay. So okay, well, how he's gonna say it?
That's all it was. That is all that was.
No, it wasn't.
The rumbling.
Because in this chapter, in the same chapter, he talks about love. Zeke talks about love. So it's not just political, it's also personal love. Right? Because Zeke's talking about, the Ackerman bond, and Zeke debunks it and just says, yo, Mikasa just loves you, dude. But it's weird because when Zeke's talking about Mikasa's love for him, for Eren, Eren's thinking about this moment with Historia. So no, it's not just political. When you actually pay attention, it's both political and personal. 'Cause if it's political, then this flashback of Zeke talking about the Ackerman bond or debunking the Ackerman bond here, this flashback of Zeke debunking the Ackerman bond here wouldn't be here, but it's here. So that means that there's also love in 130. It's also personal. It's also no personal as well. It's not a political chapter. It's a personal chapter with it's a personal chapter of the characters. Because because Zeke says, "Yo, she just loves you," but he's thinking about Historia. Why would he do that? If Eren truly loves Mikasa, as he said in 139, wouldn't he be thinking a flashback of Mikasa? Maybe the one in chapter 150 or chapter 50 or some shit. But he's not. He's thinking about the moment he's talking about with Historia. Right? And then we see a flashback of him uh infiltrating Marley. So there is a connection between the meeting and him infiltrating Marley and therefore starting the whatever, all starting the rumble and all that shit. There's a connection here. Because if it was purely political, why have the pounds of Historia and why have Z talk about Mikasa and the love that Mikasa has for Eren? Why talk about that? Because it's not 130 is not just a political chapter. It's also a very personal chapter. Well, in the characters, it's a very personal chapter because we see Eren's flashbacks, and this gives us a clue into Eren's motivations. I got 40 more to the most. What do you think about me having a child? And we see Eren cutting off his leg and then infiltrating Marley and then listening to the Will Tyra and you know, that's history. There's a connection here. It's not just a political chapter, it's also a personal chapter. It's not just political, dude.
Historia was at peace. He needed to use her.
Nope,
And
he didn't need to use Historia. Again, I'm like a broken record here, but he did not need to use Historia because the Ryan plan was already established to prevent Zeke from being eaten. If you want to come to argue that, oh, Historia would have eaten Zeke since the front, that's not true because they need to prepare to make sure there's no unnecessary casualties besides, obviously, Zeke. So they're gonna prepare, and obviously during that time, they're gonna drink the wine, and Zeke can yell, and then shit hits the fan and all that shit. So.
I promise you, if Historia was
No. Again, I guess I guess it's a broken promise because
did not have royal blood and was not the queen of the island, you wouldn't have seen her in chapter 130.
yeah, that's partially true. Cause you know why? It's because she was gonna have a fucking terrible fucking life. That is true. No, yes, okay, that's partially true. Yes, if her slayer was not royal blooded, no, I don't think Eren didn't care about her being queen. Eren just cared about her being royal blooded. Eren didn't care about the latter. He just cared about the form. He didn't care if she was a queen or not. The problem is, she would have had a fucking terrible life. Eat Zeke and spend 13 years just pumping out kids, and then she dies, and then her kids can suffer the same, gonna suffer the same fate as well. So it's partially true what Beluga said. I agree with the former, but not the latter, because I don't think Eren does not care if she's a queen or whatever. All he really cares about is just her living a good life. Because if she wasn't royal blooded, or if she wasn't part of the Reiss family, then she would not be in danger. That is true. But she doesn't have, again, Eren doesn't care if she's a queen.
You would not have seen her. She was only there because he needed a piece to enact his plan.
No, he didn't. And it's so funny, you never explained how Historia benefits from Eren's how Historia is a point to Eren's plan. Because truthfully, she's not. Eren didn't need her. Zeke would have been protected regardless. She could have been out of the loop just like everyone else. But he went and told her. Because he didn't want her out of the loop. He didn't want her to be in danger.
That's it!
No, it's not. Because chapter 30 already debunks that. Because chapter 140 also talks about love. And when Zeke's talking about Mikasa's love for Eren, he's thinking about Historia in that moment. In the flashback of the barn scene. It's like a flashback in the flashback, but it's still talking about the barn scene, dude. Not the barn, but the fucking orphanage scene right here. And we see a connection of me having a child, and we see a connection of him beginning and infiltrating a Marley by cutting off his own leg. It's not a political chapter, it's a personal chapter as well. Because if it was only political, this flashback of Zeke debunking the Aquaman bond and talking about love will not be in the chapter.
That's it. This
No,
is
it's
not
not.
interpersonal conversation.
It is. It is interpersonal.
Conversation between
It
two
is.
lovers. Nope.
Well, again, they're not. Again, they weren't lovers at that time. Again, we don't know the second half of the We never got the. We will never get the second half of the conversation. But it's clearly implied that there's still something happened between them. We just never got it.
It was simply the de facto king of Eldia.
Nope. What would he gain from being the de facto king? What would he gain from being a king at all? Eren does not care about being a fucking king. He just cares about people being protected. What the fuck would he care about fucking social hierarchy? He does not care about that. He cares about the people being protected and safe from outside threats. That is all. Oh shit, sorry.
Talking to the queen of Eldia.
No. No, again. Plus, in order to be the king, it had to be married to the queen. So, by your stakes, you're saying, by your logic, you're saying that Eren and Historia are married. There you go.
That's all that was.
No, it wasn't.
That's all it was.
No, it wasn't. Again, if that wasn't the case, the flashback of Z talking about the Mikasa's love would not be there.
It was a political conversation.
No, it wasn't. It was also interpersonal.
Which is why, if you look at the anime, it's even more apparent. When she says, "What do you think about me having a child?" She looks very, deadpan and very.
Again, I already debunked this in the last chapter. Not the last chapter, but the last video. I'll show it again just in case you guys didn't see it, because I did that. This was the cutoff point. But I'll show you the difference between deadpan and not. And then Historia, pregnant. I'll just mute it here. I'm not gonna mute the desktop audio. I'm just gonna mute the thing audio. I don't know why. I didn't do that in the first place. Mute that. And then what is it? Is it here? Okay, pause that. Uh-huh. Okay. I don't fucking care about the ads. Fuck you. Uh-huh. It's muted. Okay. That's not the way what the point here is. Just showing the faces. Pause that. So you're telling me by Beluga's eyes, which I don't trust because he wearing glasses with one fucking arm. He's telling me that this face right here, is the same thing, the exact same facial expression as this one. Now let me upgrade the quality again because I might be blind as a fucking bat. I don't know. I mean I have 20/20 vision. I have perfect vision. So you're telling me that this face here is the exact same as this face.
You know, not very enthusiastic. Not typically how you'd ask someone to have a child. And of course she has that because it's not like a fun like, oh, let's have a child, we're gonna raise a family. It's just strategy, it's planning. And she knows.
No, it's okay. Originally it's melancholic because yeah, she has the family that she wanted, but everyone else outside the world is fucking dead. Because she finally decided to not have have a child for a personal reason besides of, you know, the 50-year plan. That was the whole point. Live for herself. Have a child because you want to, not because the fucking the fucking military is forcing you to. Have a child with the partner that you want. That's, living your life. That's Ymir's that's what Ymir wants for Historia. Live your life of pride. Have a family with someone that you want to be with. That's pretty funny. Can you imagine? Like, if I'm pretty, it's, it's literally pretty prideful knowing that she fucked Eren. Sorry, coughing. But, I mean, that'd be pretty prideful. Can you imagine? Because overprotector of Eren. Can you imagine? I can imagine if they found it. Like, that's some pride right there. Because everyone knew that Mikasa liked Eren. But, like, Historia be like, nah, he loved me, bitch. That's pride right there. That's a lot of pride.
She's gonna have to bear the weight of her sins for my.
Yeah, melancholic, exactly. It's a melancholic thing because she gets the family that she desires, but at the cost of the cost of the outside world. So both Elle and her will have to share burdens together, and they'll be together, sharing the burdens, giving each other the reason to live because obviously they have the child and shit. So yeah, Historia will burn her sins because of her inaction to tell her inaction of telling the military, and will burden the sins of destroying the world. They both burden the sins, and they both live uh melancholy. Exactly. They don't. Historia gets the family that she wanted, but cost or Historia gets to live a life of pride, but at the cost of the outside world. Like Eren gets his freedom by protecting his freedom of protection, but at the cost of the outside world. So they both share great burdens, great sins, and they live together in melancholic. And the child will be the promise to keep living. Simple as that. You
Having
know?
this child. I'm not saying that what she did to get the child was bad. Her sins are pushing forward the rumbling, and so that's why she has that face. And of course, we have the Ymir stuff. Yeah, it's all well and good.
Yeah, but again, sorry. Shit. I forgot what my point was. Fuck.
Source. He puts sources. Good for this.
She put sources. Her name is Lily. Did you not read the fucking beginning? Do you know Eddie nigga named Lily? I'll wait for that. I don't know any nigga's government name called name Lily. Clearly Lily's a she. And she's been putting sources. She's been talking about. She's been putting the proof of each fucking chapter. So if you want to see and if you want proof that it's actually in the story, you can go to each chapter. She's been putting sources. Again, downplaying.
Yeah, he put sources. When we already know what sources. Good, good.
No, it's not because the source is that someone on Reddit pieced that together and posted it to show you to the similarities of the speeches. So maybe if you actually click on the source, you actually know where it comes from.
Keep it tight. Chapter 68. Eren acknowledges Historia's strength and that he actually realizes the fault within himself, which he couldn't have done it with for her. Yeah, that's great.
Again, downplaying it because at this moment, Eren realizes that there's more to strength than just physical strength. Again, you're downplaying because you have no other argument because it's true. Because Eren realized that there's more to strength than just physical, than just fucking lifting shit up and hitting hard. It's about it's the why do I say this? It's a strength to never to keep going and have your head held up high. That's what he realizes here. Because obviously, physically, Eren is way stronger than Historia, but that's not the strength he's talking about. He's talking about her will. She has a strong will.
Just that
Sorry.
included a heart to heart at least to compliment your amazing teasing. Though you did
Again, I think we're close. We're close to where we left off in the last stream. Shits, fucker.
say that humanity should be wiped out in the cave. Oh, yeah, teasing again.
Yeah, it's teasing.
What overlooks the fact that Eren could perfectly explain and understand the source point of view, while all the others prefer Crystal over Historia. Really?
Yes. Yes, it's true. It's true. Yes. Fuck. Why did it do that? Shit. I keep on because I'm trying to because my mouse when I don't touch my mouse for a long time it just it deactivates. I have to click it to get it back up again. I'm like shit, man. Yes, come on. There you go. Come on, load up. Okay, right here, right here, right here, right here. Is it here? I know we didn't make it fall into the fucking thing. Come on. Is everything okay? My frames actually look pretty good. Not joking. It's pretty consistent. I should do display capture more often. So where was he at? I think he was around chapter 70. Right here. Yeah. I mean, oh, he just downplays it. That's the only thing he did. That's the only thing he did. Spoiler alert.
Is that true?
It is.
I don't think it is.
It is.
Maybe it is true.
It is true, Mr. I am the greatest Attack on Titan analyzer. It's true.
I got it though.
You doubt it though, but you don't know. Again, greatest AOT analyzer right here. Again, it's obviously self-proclaimed. Nobody actually called him the greatest analyzer.
And are still unable to understand her as well as he should. Oh, okay. So he had to see the source for this.
Yes, as she's been doing for the fucking beginning. She's been referencing chapters. She's been doing that since the fucking beginning of the analysis. Dude, don't question Lily's intelligence. She's been doing it, dog. I already read this one, but I'll read it again since this is going to be published. One of the reasons the story made the decision to become queen was to do this. This? Yeah. See, they don't really understand. They don't understand it. I don't know. She's not the queen I expected her to be. She's been in the crown for 2 months now, but she seems more at home running orphanage than ruling. It's really military developing the laws, so there's no way of hiding the fact that the monarchy is just for show. Do you know what they call Historia on the street? It's not. We don't really know. I think it's like the cattle farming god or something like that. That's what they call the nickname. And then this next one of these story like do this, and then he explains it. I don't think she thought it out quite this far, but she's going to find people. She's going to find people in trouble no matter where they are, no matter where they were, and go save them. That's what this is what Historia wanted to do. A goddess, huh? She started to remind me of my mom. Eren explaining Historia's choice versus Armin and John's confusion at her choice. That's true. They don't understand it, but Eren does.
I'm not reading all that. Let's just say it's true. I'm not gonna.
Let's just say it's true, cause it's fucking true. It is fucking true. Let's just say it's true. Let's just assume it's true. But it is. If you actually fucking read it, it's fucking true. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
want to get this video done as quickly as possible.
You want to get this video done as soon as possible, yet it's free. It's a 3 hour video. Clearly, you're not. You weren't fucking rushing. Dude.
Historia goes along with Eren.
Wait, is my thing loud? I just want to make sure my thing's loud enough. My mic, it says I'm loud. I'm at the 0.6 decibels. Okay.
About Harding experience and even prompts him about Ryan Berthold.
Yeah. And she keeps on consistently asking, do you want to do so? Like, she literally, because Eren talks about, I have to do it, but she said, like, do you want to do it? And then making small talk. Okay, you want to read it? I'll read it then since. So, this is the first one. I hear the hunting experiments are going well. Yeah, I'm able to block a cave now, but we're not ready for the mission yet. What do you want to do? What's going to happen if you ever meet Ryan and Bertolt again? I have to kill them. Do you want to kill them? Well, do you want to kill them? I have to. She's trying to understand what does Eren want. Because Eren's always talking about what he has to do instead of what he wants to do. You know?
It's very interesting how fast and naturally the has progressed. I agree. It's great writing. I agree. If you don't take a moment, if you do.
And know what, Lily? I appreciate you for piecing us together. Again, he didn't. I don't think he ever compliments. I don't think he ever compliments Lily. He hasn't complimented Lily so far. But I'm willing to compliment Lily as I did in the previous streams. Thank you, Lily, for piecing this together. Thank you everyone that thank for everyone that helped out too.
Don't take a moment to stop and
Sorry.
that. It's very easy for you to get stuck and get lost. That's why rereads are necessary. 100%. If you have not reread Attack on Titan, you have not watched it.
Yeah, but yet you didn't know that this was true. You didn't know this actually happened. Yet you said you reread it. Yet you didn't know this was true. Yet you didn't know this was true. Yet you said you reread it. Hmm. Well, maybe you probably reread what you wanted to read. Wanted to read, or only focus what you wanted to focus on, and you skimmed through the rest. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sorry.
Which is why I'm gathering all the clues and putting in one place.
Yeah, by the way, I'm ending this at 2:30. By the way, ending at 2:30. I'll stream probably tomorrow night, but ending at 2:30.
You've done that very well. Also, mapping out the relationship and the progress of characters in the meanwhile view of this analysis. See, I'm getting better at reading now.
I mean, you just gotta take your time, dude. Is it me? Why does nigga look like Eren? I actually didn't realize that until now. Why that nigga look like Eren, bro? The messy hair, the scarf and shit, dude. I don't know. Anyways, my bad. Yeah. I hope we figure it out soon. Why this world turns out like this. I can't regret turning down the king's first power. The children from the underground started to smile recently. What we're doing here can't be wrong. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. If you didn't take, let's be honest. If you did take the king's first power, you would not be doing this. I'm saying that right now. Okay, the orphanage that Historia and Eren are in now will reappear again with chapter 130. That's true. Remember this moment as what they were looking at while pondering about their doings, because everything will be clear to you once we reach Historia's mysterious pregnancy section in the analysis. Yeah, see, they're talking about, yeah, they're looking at the kids. Yeah, it's true. Which, yeah, it does become important because, again, yeah, she has to have kid and birth them out like fucking like a factory. Yeah, it becomes important. The topic of children comes important. It correlates. It connects to this from this. Was it chapter 70? Yeah, chapter 70, right? Yeah. So yeah, or if them talking about the kids in chapter 70 connects to the situation in chapter 130, and what they talk about in chapter 130 as well. That's true.
I'm not reading all that. You can screenshot that and read it yourself.
Bro, it's not hard to read it. I just read it in a few fucking seconds. I just took more time because I'm talking about analyzing and shit. It takes you a few seconds, but just don't rush. Cause I mean, you have a free of a fucking video, so clearly there was nothing rushing you. Take the time and just read it. It takes a few seconds. Mm.
The orphanage Historia and Eren are now in will reappear in chapter 130. Well,
It. How did you not notice? How do you not know this? Well, this. How do you not know this? Yeah. How do you not know this? It's the same fucking orphanage. She hasn't made another one. No one ever. Wait. Did anyone say anything about orphanages? No. One orphanage. It's the same exact orphanage. I mean, if you look at 130, if you look at AOT 130, there's like multiple houses. Or like multiple, I don't know what they're called. Foster home? Not foster homes, but like multiple like big houses. Let's go back to 130. Right? Let me take a sip of water. Shit, my thing's running out. Fuck. I'll feel like going back upstairs. Um, yeah, look. Look closely. Sorry, let me zoom in. Look. Multiple homes for all the children to sleep in. Yeah. It's like similar to like in the military how you have like a barrack. Let me show you what it is or I'm talking about. It's like a barrack, right? Not is that actually a barrack? No, obviously it's fucking. Yeah, something like this. Look. It's very similar. See how it is? Look. You see how there's like one door and there's multiple windows, right? Look. Exact same thing. Then if you're inside, you see like, like multiple beds. Obviously, it's not like this, but it's similar. The house to have more children in, right? So it'd be something like this, like bunk beds, like that. It's gonna be something similar to that. Yeah, barracks. Yeah, that's what they are. They live in barracks. Barracks? Is that how you say it? Barracks or it's a barracks? I'm pretty sure it's barracks. Let me show you the pronunciation. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. No. Teach me the pronunciation, please. I want to know. I don't care about World War II. I just want a pronunciation.
Barracks.
Yeah, barracks. Yeah, alright. Yeah, it's barracks. That's what it is. It's multiple. In here, it's just multiple barracks next to each other. Therefore, they can have more kids inside the orphanage. Right? And look how big the field is, All kids got fun, play around, have fun, fuck around. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I don't know how you didn't. I don't know how did you not know this. I don't know how you thought it was just a completely different orphanage. I don't know how. I mean, it's literally shown right here. Same fence and everything. I mean, look at the pattern of the fence. Same fence and everything. You see in chapter 70. Look. Same pattern fence. having one pile of wood on top of the other. Same here in chapter 130. Wood on top of the other. Barracks, yeah. It's clearly the same fucking orphanage. I don't get how I don't get how you didn't know. Whatever. 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 It's the same one. It's
Remember
just
that this moment and what they're looking at while pondering about the doing is everything, because everything will be clear
yeah, because what they're looking at connects to what they're gonna be talking about 130. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
to you once we reach the store's mysterious pregnancy.
Mm.
Oh, I can't wait. You're getting to the good stuff. We're going to talk about the pregnancy. Excellent.
Yeah, but we can't get to it while you talking.
Excellent. Eren proceeds to give Historia a compliment for what she has done to her as she has cleaned the walls, making her blush. Oh, so blushing's relevant now. See, it just depends on who you're arguing. If you're arguing about Eren Mika, blushing's completely irrelevant. It means nothing.
Yeah, but when does okay, besides when Eren was a fucking 9-year-old, when did Eren blush? You can't say in the cutscene because everyone in the cult blushed. And you can't say, oh, well, it was actually Eren and Mikasa. No, because it was Jean that first noticed the blush. Does that mean Eren and Jean are a thing? Hmm. Again, he wants to use she used the same orgy, everyone's gay thing statement in like the past in the early on in the video. It's in like I think it's in part 2, second part of the video. But yeah, and it's gonna be a multi-part series because I'm taking my time and doing this. You know.
If you're arguing about Eren Historia, oh, then all of a sudden blushing's an important clue.
But I mean, what? But you have to realize what made. I mean, Eren. What's more important is that Eren gave Astoria a compliment. Has Eren ever gave a direct compliment to Mikasa? Has she? No, genuinely, has she? Because if Eren ever complimented Mikasa, he would have. I know for a fact he would have said something, but he didn't because it's not. It's because it was never. It's not in the series. It's not in the manga, nor in the anime. Well, it's not in the series. Yeah, it's not in the series. Eren never complimented Mikasa and throughout the whole series. Well, directly. He never directly complimented Mikasa throughout the whole series. And if there was a moment that he did, I know Beluga would have said something, a counter argument with that. But again, he's just saying, "Oh, but it does not matter. This does not matter because there's no counter argument against it because Eren never complimented Mikasa ever."
He then goes on to tease her because of the words in the cave.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to compliment her, but he did. You're amazing. Not at all. Even though you said she managed to go to hell that day in the cave. Hmm. I'm sorry. I want to make it as fun as possible for me. Because I know for a fact, last streams I was very pissed off, and obviously I do not want to go. I do not want to go to bed angry. So I'm trying to go to bed. I'm trying to be as happy as possible.
Oh, she's blushing. And for reminder, I feel like I don't need to remind honest actors of this, but when I bring up blushing in regards to Eren and Mikasa, I'm not saying that the blushing proves it. I'm saying a lot
Oh,
of stuff, and then we have the blushing on top of it. Again,
oh my gosh, that's the same. That's the same thing I literally trying to point to. It's not the blushing. That's the fact. That's the big thing here. What's the big thing here is that Eren gives her a compliment and then he teases her. That's the meat and potatoes of this paragraph, of this short paragraph. It's not the blushing that really matters. It's what Eren said. Eren complimented Historia, and he teased her. It's the same. It's the same exact thing with Eren and Historia too. That's the only time that she blushes. Well, really, is that the only time she blushes? Pretty sure that's the only time she blushes. If I'm correct, that's the only time she blushes. It's not the blushing that's the factor here. It's what Eren said to her. He compliments her and then teased her. It's not. It's what Eren said. It's what Eren did. That's the focus on here. Because he didn't have to give her compliments, but he did, and then teased her after that.
Again, pretty sure you didn't need to know that if you were an honest actor, but just in case you people were confused.
So you're saying that? Okay. So you're saying that? Oh my goodness. Oh no. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing for Eren and Historia, but it's much more fleshed out and well developed and makes much more logical sense within the story. This is the only moment where Eren. This is the only moment that Historia blushes. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure it's the only moment. But it's not the blushing that's important here. It's the fact that Eren compliments her and teases her. That's what the focus is here. It's not the blushing. And if it's and you're saying that if you don't say the same from Eremika, then you're just disingenuous. No, you're disingenuous because you're using biased sources to back up your statements. For example, with the fucking interview, quote unquote, because you don't even know if that's fucking real or not, right? I tried to look at the fucking Ackerman girl post. Hell, that tweet's deleted. What a coincidence. That tweet's fucking deleted. Copy the exact same link, paste it. Oh, it's deleted. That tweet's deleted. Okay, okay. Now we're catching up to on the last stream. For the part 3, I did cut it. I did cut it out. All I did need to do is render. I will post part 1 and part 2 first, obviously, logically. I'll do that first, and I just need to render part 3, and then we're all good, good, good.
About my position. If you didn't know, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a reason why Historia said that she got carried away. It's because she was intent on making Eren feel better. If you recall, Eren was big in Story to Ehan because he believed that he never needed to happen, which of course was true. Sorry, it's true. If what Rod Reiss was telling, if what Rod Reiss was saying was true, he was 100% right to be eaten. And
If Rod Reiss was saying was true, what Rod said was true. That's why Eren wanted to die because the memories of those events backed up what Rod said. Because of what before Rod tells Historia the truth, they touch Eren's back. And that's where they all three of them get the flash of memories. No, I don't think Rod gets the memories, but I know Eren and Historia do. And then Rod tells her what happened. It's not if Rod tells her what's true, it is true. That's why Eren said, "Yo, Historia, eat me and end my and let me repay for my father's sins." It is 100% true. Because you're putting in a grand scheme, but in the context before in the story, we know that obviously Eren didn't know that his future self would do all that shit. So of course Eren like, yo, just eat me, end my life here. So what Rod said is true. Grisha did kill the Rice family. That is true. It's not if, ands, or buts. It is yes, factually true.
and of course, after the rumbling happened, of course he should have been eaten. It's like going back in time to kill Hitler. Of course you should have been shot. Anyway. And her dramatic speech addresses Eren's thoughts with great care, even if indirectly. She basically says, who cares about humanity if humanity requires you to be sacrificed and not humanity anyway? You're not even wrong to roll this. I'll just blank this out. I think she didn't say that. She just said I'm an evil person and I care about you above all else. That's what she said.
Oh my god, dude. Did you not read it? She basically said, yo, read the fucking manga panels. It says, well, pain in the ass. Who volunteered to do that? In fact, I think humanity is the problem. Dude. Let's see if he takes that argument back. Let's see if he does. 'Cause he hasn't seen it yet. He hasn't seen it yet. So let's see if he takes that back. Let's see if he takes it back. He takes it back.
But yeah, totally agree. And this exact evilness and wickedness and selfishness is exactly why he spoke to her 130, because he can use that for his advantage.
No, he doesn't, dumbass. No, he didn't. He didn't need to talk to her. What benefit? What did he get from talking to her? What did he acquire from talking to her?
He took advantage of Fox nationalism.
Oh my god, he talked to Flock before Historia. He needed Flock to gather militia because he couldn't do, because Eren can't do two things at once. He needed to gather militia while being suspicious, so he asked Flock to do it. Because he knows that Flock looked up to Eren a lot and he idolized Eren. So of course Flock's gonna copy Eren and use it in his own way. Jeez, what did he need from Historia? Tell me.
Yelena's quest with Zeke.
Yes, he needed Yelena to get to Zeke. Yes, that is true. Now, what does he need? What did he get from Historia? Let's see.
Zeke's affection towards Eren and Zeke's royal blood, and then her royal blood and her selfishness.
No, he doesn't need her royal blood. He has Zeke for that. What does he need her for? It's not her royal blood. That's what Zeke is there for. Holy hell.
He used all that to do the wrong.
No, he didn't need to. Okay, and he doesn't even explain how Historia is used. He doesn't explain how Historia's royal blood is used. Because it wasn't. He didn't need Historia. She could have been just out of the loop of everyone else. Dude. I don't think you read the story, man. I don't think you did that. Cause he doesn't need her. Jeez, man. Oh, gosh, dude. Cause I'll go completely against his character, bro. He doesn't care. He likes his story because of who she is, not what she has. He likes Historia for who she is as a person, not what she fucking has, man. Dude, I don't get it. That's not the whole point of the fucking relationship. Oh my goodness. He didn't need Historia at all. She could have been out of the loop just like everyone else. But he risked his entire plan to tell her because he cares about her. Shit. Dog. Whatever. Let's continue.
For most of Mikasa.
No. Because Mikasa was in danger. Even when Eren was in Liberia, he's like, yo, go Mikasa. So he literally pushed her to go to the front lines and fight the Warhammer. Oh, dude. If he cared about Mikasa, he wouldn't tell Mikasa to go and fight the Warhammer. But he did. Because his friends are not his priority anymore. He realized that when Sasha's death, that his friends cannot be the priority anymore. Dude. Oh, hell. Sorry if I'm touching my mic a lot, but fucking hell, man.
The world is cruel, but I still love you, Historia.
Dude, that's a fucking lyric. That's a lyric from a song. Mikasa never said that in the fucking story. It's just a slug of a song. And again, that's not her ideology, it's a fucking philosophy. And you could say that for any fucking character. You could even say that for Eren to Historia. Dude. Ugh. I'm gonna head it. I'm gonna get a headache from freaking hitting my head to my hand. But it's just all these dumb points, bro.
Oh man, our friend.
And again, he doesn't even read the fucking panel, so he just skips. He's hopeless. He is hopeless. This is why, like, debate. This is why, like, This is why, like, the plan debate is just useless because you're not gonna change anything. You see with the Titans, when a pain in the ass who volunteered to do that. I think humanity is the problem. We show the Titans destroy mankind. And guess what? That makes you humanity's enemy. Understand? I'm the worst, most despicable girl in history. And then she is correct. She ends up being right because the outside world is the problem. They refuse to let go of what happened in the past. Well, Historia said he was completely correct to the outside world. He completely foreshadowed the situation. Because humanity is the outside world is the fucking problem. They refuse to let go of the past. Fucking hell. That is true. You need to eat me. You part of choice and blown. There's nothing special about me. I feel special. Nothing special about me. And this is after chapter 50. Eren does not seem so special even after chapter 50. It's only when chapter 71 when he gains his ideology and that everyone is special because they're born. It's bad for everyone if I keep on living. Please just help and eat me. I can't go on living like this. The guilt. Yes. Dude.
Does this make sense? Yeah, this makes sense. Our friend for mentioning this in the case segment because it's an elaboration. Because the elaboration comes from a story from chapter 70. Her getting carried away with her speech indicates that the story also cared a great deal about Eren. Yes, that's completely true. I believe that 100%. As she went on to ally herself with him.
Good. I do believe that it's not. I don't think it's the exact same reasons as me, but finally, okay, good. He agrees. Okay, yes, please. Oh yeah. I think he's gonna say us friends. I bet she's gonna say. I bet she's gonna say some dumb underhanded comment us friends though. Or maybe say, oh, we care about, but Aaron care about Miksa though. Miksa more, some shit like that.
And stand up for him against the world, even if need be. In the case, and when her speech affected Eren to an incredible amount of degree.
Yes. Where's this? Where's smoke? Why is this fire? Why is Mikasa jealous? Yeah, why is Mikasa jealous? I mean, you know, I mean, it's just Eren and Eren and Historia talking. I mean, Historia's is a blushy a little bit, but what's the issue here? Nothing going on between them.
When there's okay, so they unironically did this, which I find to be very very hilarious. They unironically used this as a point, albeit a small point, where there's
Again, downplaying it because if there's nothing special between them, then why is Mikasa cock blocking? Not cock blocking, but why is Mikasa there? It's the same thing for Eren and Annie. When Eren and Annie were having fun and training together, she comes in the way and is like, "Oh, why don't you do the same moves to me too?" Again, what do I know, right? I'm the idiot. I'm dumb. I'm not the greatest analyzer, so I don't know shit.
smoke, there's fire. Why is Mikasa jealous?
Exactly. Same thing for also Annie too. When Eren and Annie were trained together, she comes in the middle too. It's the same exact thing situation here, dude. That's why I like Eren and Annie more than Eren Mika. I'm not gonna lie.
Why is Mika jealous? Because Mika says is incredibly jealous.
Yes, and true. She's also jealous of Eren and Annie as well. Cause when they were training and having and practicing together, she comes in the same, not exact same lane, but she does come in the middle of things and interrupt it. The same exact thing here too.
And obsessive person with Eren.
Yes, exactly, and that's a good character. A person that is obsessed with another person and refuses to have her own personality. That's a good character to you. A person that's so obsessed that she can't even leave him alone. She follows him everywhere she goes. Hmm. Hmm.
And I really, really hate to. You don't. Mikasa is also jealous of Annie as well and wants to fight her.
Yes! Yes, he agrees! Yes! Yes! Oh, you gotta concede that shit! Sorry, I'm so sorry. Cause that's true! That means there's something going on! Sorry, I get a little excited, man. Cause I know that face, man. He's like, I have to. Again, he's trying to downplay it.
You don't. Mikasa is also jealous of Annie as well and wants to fight her.
Again, she's also trying to downplay it, but I don't care because I love Eren and Annie as a relationship. I don't care, but but that face is just like I don't want to say it, but I have to agree to that. So yeah, same thing here. So I do believe if Annie was not a traitor, oh shit, sorry, I do believe. Anyways, yeah, that's a reluctant concede right there. But yeah, same thing I said here. I believe that if Annie was not a traitor, Eren and her would gone closer. Maybe something could have happened during one of the training sessions. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. A little some tension, a little tension. Maybe fall on top of each other, face too close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So there's that. And since you want to bring up Lost Girls, I think you bring up.
Oh my god, that's not. Why you bring up Lost Girls? Did she bring up Lost? Is she talking about Lost Girls here? The only thing she's talking about was the oh no, because she's talking about school cast as well. Therefore, she introduced the fact of supplementing material, but she never talked about Lost Girls, right? Even then, Eren died in Lost Girls. Wait, you know, he's talking about Annie in Lost Girls, or he's talking about Mikasa in Lost Girls? Okay, yeah, she does bring, oh, sorry, that's not the one. Does bring supplemental material. Oh yeah, Smart Pass. Yeah, I read this one. I didn't read it, but I know about the Smart Pass. Like it's like you don't know what the art is like. It's like little it's like audio. It's like little audio vlogs. Yeah. I don't see no Lost Girls, but she did talk about AU and like the Smart Pass and the OVAs and EDs. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like the being supplemental material. But then again, she never talked about Lost Girls here. That's not her point. Whatever. Let's see what he says though. I know he's.
AU's stories. Let's bring up Lost Girls, where she goes and confronts Annie about hanging out with Eren and says, "Stop hanging out with Eren. And stop using the ring. It's dangerous." Let's bring that up as well. I guess Eren and Eren relationship. This.
Yeah. Downplaying again. I like Eren and Annie's relationship. I don't fucking care. I don't care. You can say this shit. I like Eren and Annie's relationship. I do. So I'm not gonna counter against this because I like Eren and Annie's relationship. Again, he's trying to downplay it. That's the only tactic he had. I know he's trying to downplay it, but for me, I don't care. I like Eren and Annie's relation. I like Eren and Annie's relationship. I like it. So keep going. I like it.
This is really an eye opener. I have to reevaluate my position. Maybe Eren and Annie are really destined for each other.
Yeah, I actually believe this is my head canon. I believe if Annie was not a traitor, Eren would have had a crush on her, like a romantic crush. I do believe that. That I'll believe. That's a headcanon I'll believe. If Annie was not a traitor, or I do believe if she didn't freeze herself, if she didn't crystallize herself, I do believe that. I do that Eren would probably like visit her and shit. But again, that's my headcanon. I think he'll be like, I think Eren would be like a little hurt. But I think you have the courage to go and meet and visit her in a prison. So again, that's a little headcanon. I believe that she never, if she hadn't crystallized herself, I do believe that Eren and I could have been a thing. But again, that's headcanon. That's my headcanon at least. But again, he's downplaying it. But for me, I don't care. I like both ships. I like both ships. He's downplaying it. He's downplaying Eren Mika, but I like both. She's no, not downplaying. He's downplaying Eren Hisu. Sorry, but I like both ships. I like both Eren Annie and Eren Hisu. So it's a win-win for me. I see it's an absolute win. Cause I like both ships.
Hold on, Armin. I don't know what you're doing. I mean, this is a small, cheeky point, but this should just be entirely thrown away. We already know.
Yeah. Okay. What about the? Okay. At this point, you could also throw away Eren blushing at Mikasa wrapping the scarf around her. You can throw that away. I mean, that's a very small part. Didn't have to have panel of didn't have to have the panel of seeing Eren blushing. You could just wrap around the scarf and say, "Yo, let's go home." Like he didn't have to add a little blush. But then again, taking the context that Eren's a 9-year-old who barely has any friends, much less a female friend. So no. But again, downplaying it. That's the only thing he had. That's the only tactic he has. That's the only tactic he has. It's downplaying it.
No, Mika's jealous and obsessive, and she does this with every single one that he even comes close to.
What about well? Could I say about Sasha? What did I say about Sasha? No, I can't say anything about Sasha because whenever Eren and Sasha are together, it's also with Connie and other people too. Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, Mikasa is dangerously like dangerously obsessive, like to the point where it's actually fucking creepy and very disturbing.
He could be talking to his mother, and she's so more like this.
What? No? She's pretty okay with Eren talking to his mother. I mean, that's his mother. Do you act this man? No. Do you think that there's something going between Eren and his mother? No, bro. That's Eren and his mama. Obviously, she's not gonna think anything romantic between them. That's fucking gross. Obviously, she was a protective. Oh my god, guys, that's his mother. Obviously, she would not be jealous. That's Eren's mother. That's fucking gross. You think that I should do the incest shit? That's fucking gross, dude. No.
But I'm done with that. I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. So,
Please don't. That's fucking nasty. You're literally talking about incest. You're saying that Mikasa should be protective over Eren. You should be saying that Mikasa should be protective over Eren, protective Eren, with Carla because she's a woman. Not given the fact that she is Eren's mother. Eren literally came out of her. But she's saying about that, just call her call her just a woman. Mikasa should be dangerously protective. That's fucking gross. You're implying fucking that Mikasa is Some incest. That's fucking gross. That is gross. Mikasa is not dumb enough to actually think that anything's gonna happen between Eren and his own mother. Mikasa is not that dumb. Jeez, that's fucking
Now that I'm done
gross.
with breaking down the major and foremost between them and the uprising, I can finally turn to my thoughts. It must really be undoubtedly clear to you that by now, Eren's story is really connected to each other in important figures in the story.
That's true.
Yes, of course.
Yes, because without Eren or Historia, Parody would be screwed. Because Eren and Historia are both very important because of what they have. Historia for blood, Eren with the power of Titans. Founding Titans, sorry. Yeah.
As is him and Reiner and countless characters.
No. The important figure. Oh my god, that's not what he's talking about. Yes, in the whole story, yes, they both are important figures. But in the context of humanity in the walls, yes, those two are very important. Because without Eren or Historia, the military would be fucked completely.
Characters. Long story.
Again, he's downplaying it again. There's no other argument he can't do, but then just downplay it.
Fun fact: a while ago, a long time ago, when I first made this channel, I was gonna do like a graph, like a diagram of all the characters that contrast and mirror each other. I dropped the project because it's gonna be way too incredibly complex because there's way too much of this going on.
Yeah, but then you said earlier in the video that, oh, since they all mirror and complex, since they all contrast and similar to each other, they should have all one big orgy. You said that in this video. If you don't believe me, I think it was in part 1 or part 2. Again, I haven't released it yet. I'll prove that to you. But in part 1 or part 2, I don't know which one it was. Was it the first stream or the second stream? But you did say, oh, since since a lot of the characters' backstories contrast and have similarities, they should all have one big orgy. You literally said that in this video. Again, he just downplaying it. This guy's the only thing he can do.
I mean, look at it.
I think okay, this is a pre-call, but I think the meat and potatoes of his counter arguments will be in the pregnancy area and in the song area as well.
Things we can do parallels. We can do contrasts between the hand and the story and writer.
Again, he's just downplaying it. That's the only thing he can do. He's just downplaying it. That's the only thing he can do is just downplay it. Same strategy.
Best of all is that they had developed naturally, of course. And
Yeah, unlike Mika.
they're the most force are in place. Most definitely. I'm going to point out a lot of things which are of interest, and let's not forget that Eren will grow to become a very protective in the story by Eren returns to Nashi arc. He also is protective of Mikasa as well.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. 'Cause he let her fight in Liberia. He let her fight in Liberia. He was okay with her fighting in Liberia. He was okay with her going in the front line, fighting the Warhammer. That's not true. Because the Warhammer Titan could have summoned some spikes and fucking impaled her ass. So no, that's not true. That's not true. I'm sorry. That's not true. That's not true. Sorry. That's not true.
I know he skipped it, but Mikasa was carrying blood and he told her, maybe it was Jean. Maybe my memory's deceiving me, but I'm pretty sure it was Eren telling her to stop working out. He also was trying to help.
What? She wasn't working out. I think what he's talking about is the moment where she was just injured and Eren was cleaning. Eren said, "Yo, I told her to lay down and rest, but she didn't listen to me." I mean, if Eren was much more protective, wouldn't he have forced her to lay the fuck down and have some fucking rest? But he just gave up. He's like, "Yeah, whatever. Go ahead." Like, fine. If you think you're okay, go ahead. He didn't force it. He's like, no. If he actually killed you guys, he'd be like, no. You're hurt. Lay the fuck down. He'd be much more persistent. But he just gave up. He told her, yo, just lay down, but she didn't listen, so whatever. Like,
When she was in when she was in the cart.
no, no, she wasn't in the cart. That was, no, that was no, I think he's mistaking it for Hanji. Because Hanji was the one in the cart. Mikasa was on on a horse. But if he's talking about the one that chapter when Historia is like, oh, let's go to the other side of the wall, chapter 51. Eren just said, I'm sorry. He didn't really say anything else. He just said, I'm sorry. I might be wrong. Let me go to chapter 51. I'm pretty sure Eren just said, I'm sorry. There wasn't really much more than that. Was there? I'll check. I'll check to make sure I didn't get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong, so um pretty sure it's chapter 51. Come on, load up, bitch. Oh. Yeah, it's here. Okay, it was here, it was here. Squad Levi. Put her down slowly. Okay, yes. Eren was yeah, Eren was there, obviously. Yeah, that's his friend. And obviously she's still injured, so obviously you gotta put her down slowly. You need to fucking drop her like that? Dude, obviously he's careful of her injured. Eren didn't say anything. She said it's okay. He just said I'm sorry. And then it's the commander. He had lost an arm. And looks around and see all the people injured and realize because of him. Nope. I think the thing that he's talking about was here at the end. That's the only thing I know I think he's talking about. I tried to stop her, she wouldn't listen. She says she's already healed. Man, she'll get okay here. Fact, she's doing sit-ups. No, he didn't prevent her to get exercise. He just said I tried to stop her, but she didn't listen. She's already healed. She's doing sit-ups to prove that. She didn't say to stop exercising. So okay. What do you say?
He was protector in the last arc.
No. That's not true. Again, she was in danger multiple times. She could have been eaten by the Pure Titans. She could have been eaten by those Pure Titans. She could have died by the Warhammer. She could have been one shot by Gabby. I mean, she had a lot of fucking times she could have died. She could have died near the boat at the ports when you had to get to the boat. You know, she could have died many times. She could have died with all those Titan shifters, arc Titan shifters on Eren's back. I mean, she had so many times she could have died. So clearly that's not true. That is not true. If you talk about the jail cell, well, everyone was in the jail cell. Connie, Jean, Armin, even people were in the jail cell as well. So that's not true.
From Marley, yada yada. So
No, that's not true. Again, she was in the front lines. She was literally facing the Warhammer Titan. She was in the front lines on the assault for fighting the Warhammer Titan. Eren didn't try to prevent Mikasa's death because he would have wrote something in the letter. But he didn't. So that's not true.
of course he's protected in the story. Protected all his friends.
Exactly. But the issue is that he becomes so protective of his story to the point where he withholds important information.
Straight withholding important information.
I just said it. I didn't even read the fucking analysis. Sorry. I didn't read the analysis and straight up said, yeah, he withholds information, right? Even Levi said, yo, what the fuck? Why didn't you tell us? He's like, yo, I can't because I was worried about Historia's safety. I couldn't share information just based off an assumption.
Compares to everyone, including Chicago and Armin and Mika. So, hell, they're gonna
So
encourage this
I'm trying not to touch my mic as much as possible. Sorry. There you go.
yeah. Okay, so I just mentioned Mikasa here. If we didn't mention it to Mikasa, there's no reason. If you didn't mention it to Historia, then why are you bringing it? You didn't mention it to Mikasa? That's relevant.
Because he didn't want her to worry. And it's so funny because he didn't. Yes, that's true. He didn't tell her story yet, but he does tell her in 130. Wait, yeah, he does tell. He does man. He still does tell her later on. I mean, he also does tell her in 130, like activating the founder and how he's gonna use the rumbling. He didn't tell her story at that moment, but he does eventually tell her.
Who has the right to know and decide who the information?
Oh, sorry. I need to catch myself up here. I need to read it. All right. So yeah. Point out a lot of things that are interesting because they pussy to the story. Yeah, yes. You want to tell the story because the right to know and decide what to do with that information. If it isn't a giant unmissable red flag, what the depth of field, I don't know what is. What they go here? I mean, I feel like I've seen this man somewhere myself. He's talking about Keith. I should do your maybe not Dr. Yeager, I think so. Why don't you hit your head against something? I thought all you do is holding hands with Historia. I mean, what you need headbutt from the instructor. Emergency. Stop, it's not official yet. Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure Armin notices too. I mean, if Armin didn't notice, he would look straight at Historia, but he looks at Eren's body language here. Yeah, I've been through so much. Okay, sure, it's only a possibility. If that possibility exists, what would the core do to Historia? I could just be remembering all this so wrong, you know. In any case, is it time to bring up some half-baked ideas? And Armin sees Eren contemplating and thinking. Armin notices it. That there's something Eren's thinking of something. He's not know what it is though, but he is know he's thinking of something. John's calling about Eren story hanging out in private, chapter 70. Eren's curious expression, Eren hesitating to speak up in regards to what he knows, chapter 89. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I mean, if Jean, man, it's because of Jean, bro. If Jean never said holding hands of Historia, this wouldn't be a thing. But we do know that they've been hanging out in private, therefore they had much more opportunities to talk to each other. So like, but Jean, but it's Isayama because Isayama wrote Jean to say this. Fuck. Thanks, Jean, for implying that. I'm sorry.
This isn't a giant, unmissable red flag like that feeling that I don't know what it is. Yeah, again, do you really think? Let's listen to this logically. Do you really think that if it was Armin who got it, who was royal blood, he'd be like, oh, yep, Levi.
See, that's what happens when you don't have See, that's what happens when you don't have two arms on your glasses because you only have one arm on your glasses. And look at that. It fell off. That's why for glasses you get two arms to put on top of your fucking ears. Therefore, shit like this will not happen. Again, I mean, if you got this three-piece suit, I know you must have some insurance on your glasses. You could fix the again. I don't wear glasses. I don't know the fucking diagram of what each the piece of the glass is called. But I know you can fix the arm, dude. You know, maybe you could tape it back together, or maybe you can glue it back together, or maybe just like maybe if you have like insurance, you can get a new pair. I don't know.
We could actually sacrifice Armin, and we can use him to save the island.
Again, he's just downplaying it. That's all he's doing. That's the only thing he can do is just downplay.
Yep, have fun, Armin. You really think it's gonna happen? You really think if it was Mika, it'd be like, oh yeah, Mika, go ahead, go be a
Again, downplaying it.
baby factory. See ya.
And obviously, Eren would not do that, but again, he's downplaying it. So that's the only thing he can do, and that's the only thing he will do.
Of course not. All of his friends, he loves, and of course he's gonna do that. Of course he's gonna do that. Especially this before he kissed her hand. Before he kissed her hand. That was before.
Yeah, but don't forget, he made contact with Rod. He made contact with Dina. And by chapter 89, he already knows the outside world. That's what you're ignoring here. Because this is in chapter 89, and in chapter 89, Eren already knows, all about the royal blood and all that shit. He knows about the outside world. And Zeke and Grisha's backstory and Grisha's connection with Zeke and all that shit. He already knows all that stuff from before. 'Cause I think he knew it from chapter 85. I think he found out in chapter 85 about the outside world. So Eren pieced it together. Obviously, yeah, it's still a theory, but he's piecing the puzzle together. Right? Because he knows that Dina Fritz is royal blood, right? That's why Eren pieced it together how he was able to activate the founder, right? So he's slowly piecing together because as of chapter 89, he already knows about the outside world and the existence of it. He always knows Grish's backstory and Zeke's birth and all that shit. So yeah, he's piecing it together. He's slowly piecing it together. And he knows that that smiling Titan is Dina at that point. So he's slowly piecing it together.
Before he kisses her hand. So once he kisses her hand, he knows what was.
It doesn't matter. He knows about the outside world at this point. This is literally the chapter before he kisses Historia's hand. But this is the chapter after he finds about the outside world. He pieced it together. He's piecing it together. Because he knows about Grisha, he knows about Dina, he knows about, the lineage of Dina and that she's a Fritz and all that shit. And he's slowly piecing it together. He's piecing it together. Obviously, he doesn't know that the Fritz and Reiss family is the exact same. I don't think he knows that it's the exact same family, but he knows that if Dina is related to Historia by blood, biologically related to Historia, and he realized that he's slowly piecing together that that's how you activate the founder. But again, he doesn't have the confirmation. So he's piecing the puzzle together. He's unsure whether it's true or not until later on.
Happen, and it's still somewhat not proven, but I am pretty sure he knew that the time curse was going to end when he kissed Historia's hand. If you read 159, Armin says that's when he saw the medal ceremony. Now he didn't say yes or yes when he saw the medal ceremony. The Titan power is being taken away, but it's heavily implied. So it's still up in the air whether or not he saw that or not. Just Armin assuming and ignoring him. Again, chapter 159 is a mess as far as dialogue goes. That is objectively the Armin Eren conversation is objectively the worst part of the chapter. So
yeah, exactly. That also makes Easter a bad writer because he can't even fucking answer a fucking question.
But it's heavily knew that the time curse was going to end when he kissed Historia's hand. If you read 159, Armin says That's when he saw the medal ceremony. Now he didn't say yes or that's when he saw the medal ceremony. The time power is being taken away, but it's heavily implied, so it's still up in the air.
How's it still up in the air? It's pretty much factual that he got those memories when he kissed Historia's hand. I mean, we keep on flashbacking throughout the future chapters from this point on. It keeps on going. He keeps on thinking back at this moment. So clearly, he got the future when he kisses Historia's hand.
Whether or not he saw it or not, just Armin assuming and ignoring him. Again, chapter 159 is a mess as far as dialogue goes. That is
Yeah, it's a mess. We can't even tell whether he got the memories at that medal ceremony or not. Or all the memories at the medal ceremony or not. We don't know and we will never know. It's only assuming and implying.
Objectively, the Armin Eren conversation is objectively the worst part of the chapter. So,
Oh. Ooh. Oh, there's more things worse to that chapter than just Armin and Eren's conversation. Yes, that is a really bad point because Armin should be talking about something else other than Mikasa. But yep, that's not one of the, is that one of the worst things? That one of the worst things in chapter 159 from what I remember. Yeah, I would say it's up there. It's very up there. I think it's like probably like top 3 worst things about 159. Yep.
so
Actually, there's a lot of things worse 159. Top 5. Which definitely in the 3. No, isn't no, I think it's in a 2 spot. Fuck that. Yeah, it's definitely runner up for one of the worst things in 159.
that's gonna be in the air until either Nappa fixes it or we just keep debating forever.
Again, yeah, exactly. Easton was a bad writer. He can't even answer couldn't even answer that. It's not a concrete answer. We just have to assume.
But just a little note there. But he definitely has more clarity on what's gonna happen. He sees. I mean, I'm pretty sure he sees Hanji die. He knows Sasha's gonna die, but he also knows about what's gonna happen with the Rumble and all that stuff. So, and he knows that Historia's gonna survive. So, it becomes more clear and less groping in the dark when he kisses Historia's hand.
What's his point here? Yes, Eren did not know everything. We don't know if Eren saw every major events. We don't know that. You can only assume that he saw the major events, right? So obviously the Warhammer, obviously he saw, his conversation with Historia, he saw a lot of that shit in the future. I mean, it kind of gives you clue he doesn't know everything because he asked, well, no, I think he did know Sasha was going to die, but he wanted to know what was her last words. It's like a confirmation to know if the future can be changed. And then her last words was meat. Because it's very off, very weird Eren asking what was Sasha's last words. Clearly he knew, but he just wanted a confirmation. And it was meat. Much to Eren's prediction. So I think even at that point he wanted the future to be changed. The notorious path of chapter 90 where Eren expresses he's not prepared to sacrifice her life and gladly give his own instead. That is true. I mean, he's been doing that since before he kissed the Historia's hand, and even after too. So he's really, yeah.
Keep in mind, this
Doesn't even read it. Yeah, I guess I already read it. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be happy to give up my life if I know doing so could change something, but I'm not prepared to sacrifice the story's life. What should I do? I can't tell anyone about this. The first part in chapter 90 where Eren expresses that he's not prepared to sacrifice his life and will gladly give his own instead. Keep in mind that his behaviors and actions all happened before he kissed her hand, meaning he's doing this without any future memory shenanigans. That's true. He wasn't influenced by any memories or any writing memories or anything like that. He just generally felt concerned and needed to keep it all to himself, all because he didn't want to risk Historia's safety. Before I close the uprising arc, let me insert a brilliant meta written by Jean and the Dream of Horses for an old age fantasy of enemies of humanity, submission, and self-belief, because I think all people need to read it. Thank you. Okay, I don't have to fucking click on the link. I can just read it here. All right, bet. We'll read it after. We'll read it after. See, I'm willing to put in the effort. You know what I'm saying? Like he's skipping. You know, he's just going like, he's there. It's there. Whatever. But I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read this after. 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 I just want him to catch up to me. I want him to finish the two sentences. He's gonna say some shit. I know he's gonna say some shit about the fucking this John and the Dream of Horses shit. I know he's gonna say something about it. He's gonna say something about it.
Behavior and actions also happen before he kissed her hand.
That's true.
Means to without any future memory shenanigans.
That's true.
Shenanigans. See, this is another misunderstanding of the LT. The future memories don't affect his actions at all. That's another thing.
Again, it actually does. It does affect his actions. Because now he's more careful. It does affect his actions. Because he's trying to prevent that from happening. He's trying to prevent the rumbling from happening. It does affect his actions. It does affect him. And again, he doesn't explain how it doesn't affect his actions, but it does. Because he wants to consider every option possible. He's so persistent on seeing every other option. Because he does not want to resort to doing the rumbling. So yes, it does affect his actions.
He wasn't influenced by the members or anything like that. He just generally felt concerned about her and needs to keep it all to himself. All to do more is Historia's safety. Yep, excellent. And I use the same thing. He was before he gets Historia's hand, and this is before he had declared the situation. Before I close the Uprising arc, let me just insert a brilliant meta written by this person.
Jean and the Dream of Horses. Jeez.
Old ERENXHISTORIA
fanzine
and site times
Zine.
community. Because I think people need to read it.
I'll read it. I don't think he's gonna read it.
Alright,
Watch.
Sins of the Flop.
Okay, yep. See, not gonna read it. Knew it. Alright, I'm gonna read it. Fuck it. I'm gonna read it because he's not gonna read it. I'm not gonna. Enemies of humanity, submission and self-belief. What does it mean to be an enemy of humanity? In the context of Eren and Story's relationship, it means to affirm your own will instead of taking the easy path of submitting to the will of others. This is a theme that defines the entirety of the Uprising arc and plays a crucial role in this current final arc. Historia is pressured into role after role. Oh, let me get some water because this is gonna be a long read. But I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to read all the evidence. I'm not skimming through shit. Reading all of it. Okay, so where was I? After stick of her. And they all stick of her. First, her role shaped by her mother, who wishes she had never been born, and tells her as such. A person who officially does not exist. Second, the name Rod sticks in her into, and Frida shapes the meaning of. The girl who lives for the sake of others, which conveniently means never fighting for herself. Third, the war of Queen that Levi pressures her into. Unloved and manipulated as she was, she sought that love and fulfillment of the roles expected from her, always with the suicidal ideation. I fancy say ideation of the first hanging over her head, talking about King Fritz. Basically, what she's talking about here is that King Fritz's will overcome her will. Therefore, she'll be nothing but a husk. Then comes the person whose affection she wants most, forcing another role on her. These masters, quote unquote, as relatives and parallels to Historia, are themselves victims of the same servile mentality. Her mother hoped that by keeping the existence of her and her daughter quiet, Rod might marry her some one day. I can believe that, but I thought, yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean that's kind of true. I never thought about that. I don't think yeah, cause Rod said, "Oh, you don't want to understand me," cause I think okay, yeah, yeah, Rod did say that. Yeah, 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 that makes sense for her. But I think it's also more than I think also she just wanted the status as well. But yeah, marry her, yeah. My mirror someday, Frida upheld the ideology of the first king that prefers to accept oppression rather than fight against it. True. She didn't well, she didn't upheld she was forced to upheld because she ate the founding titan, right? When we saw her when Grisha told her to help them, we saw her struggling, but she succumbs to the ideology. Yes, that's true. That is true. So she tried to fight it, but she was too weak to. She was too weak to fight against it. She was too weak to do it. Her will was not strong enough. Anyways, uh, Ra described his role as offering praise to a god, as Kenny remarked in his last moment, they're all slave to something. This figure of God represents the ultimate master, quote unquote. As Ra describes it as an all-knowing, all-powerful being, one can do nothing to resist God, and if Historia had taken that serum, she would have condemned herself to servitude irreversibly. That's true. In order to reverse it, you have to be eaten, which we all know equals her death. A foreign will, and obviously she's not as smart as Zeke, so no way she would have figured something out. Twofold. I mean, Zeke's not a founding titan, so I mean, it makes sense for Zeke not to be taken over by the will because he's not a founding titan, so he probably figured out a way to get rid of it. Which was have Eren be the founding titan. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna ignore it. Sorry. A foreign will that will literally invade her body and dominate her actions, making her wholly subservient to a subservient king. That's happened to Frida, which is true, and also to Yuri too. However, she rejects it out with "I won't let you kill me," accepting that it would mean death of the real Historia, which Eren had said that he liked her more than a false persona. That's true. Making it something finally worth protecting. She asserts her own will in rescuing Eren, formed her own genuine experiences to help those crying, saying that no one needs them. While her father, a man controlled by his family legacy, ingests the serum, he becomes an inhuman monster and a grim reflection of the fate Historia nearly avoided through her independent action. That is true. Having affirmed her identity, Historia does not merely act out of the role of queen, but becomes it, embodying the ultimate position of mastery and individual power. That's true. She sticks up for Eren when she tries to sacrifice himself and disobeys both her intimidating captain and her regiment's commander. Shit, I ran out of water. Fuck. Commander, and in the ultimate symbolic act of resistance, she kills her controlling father. Although she allowed the military to handle her government affairs after all, she's too sympathetic of a. She's too that too is symptomatic. Oh yes, yeah, it is too is symptomatic of her own freedom. She only plays queen when like setting up an orphanage, airlines of her true desires. That's true. Let's read the second half. His story becomes so strong. I thought you were weak, but it was the other way around. I was the weak one. Eren, meanwhile, has already been forced into a role very similar to the one Historia avoided. His body has been tampered with and made monstrous, and foreign wills occupy his mind as memories. That's true. In chapter 63, Eren mentally compares Grisha, convincing him to take the serum to avenge his mother with Rod's incitements to a story about seeing Frida again. Understanding this, he desperately tries to stop her. It is structurally significant that Eren only recovers these memories during the uprising arc of questioning authority. He began the arc with his Titan unconsciously spelling out his anger against Grisha, and after seeing the memories of the Reiss massacre, Eren loses faith in the cause he had thought was his own, but which his father had actually planted in his mind all along. Remembering his devouring of Grisha as was Eren's own symbolic patricide. After seeing Historia affirm her will to exterminate all Titans in a too much familiar fashion, Eren feels displaced from his role and can no longer handle all the pain he had been held up by that weight. He had justified the losses of those who died protecting him as necessary for his special role back in chapter 68. When he believes his existence actually gets in the way of the fulfillment of that role, he seeks death, just as Historia was when she's willing to kill her true self to please her father. She sees Eren in the mirror of herself. So she frees Eren, literally and metaphorically, from his chains. Shortly afterwards, Eren finds the courage to reject Levi's plan and believe in his own strength when he bites the armor capsule. His independent action is rewarded for success. Towards the conclusion of the uprising arc, Eren's existential crisis is properly eased when he meets with Shadis. He is liberated from roles entirely with the comfort of his mother's words. Example, he learned, yeah, example. He finds out the only thing that matters is that he was born into this world. Yeah, exactly. He shaped his ideology because of his mother. Chapter 71, not chapter 50. He's now free to reassess his father independent. Reassess his father independently, no longer as an authority figure, but as a human being, as a form of objective, in the form an objective opinion on the worth of his dreams and deeds. Historia does the same with the memories of her father, as she sees as she kills him. What Historia and Eren have learned from these events is the importance of trusting oneself instead of taking orders from others. This has reached to a crescendo in the Marley arc where Eren has fully gone renegade and Historia and conspiracy film has subverted the SC plans for her by getting pregnant. Others continue to rely on others for validation, like the myth of the good Eldian. Zeke internalized prejudice by making him want to kill his own kind, but Eren and Historia, I believe, will continue to be allied as enemies of humanity if that's what it takes to know the freedom of self-belief. Arthur, Jean, and the Dream of Horses. The children from the underground smiled recently. What we're doing here can't be wrong. Yes. Thank you, Jean, for the Dream of Horses, for actually putting a lot of fucking effort into writing this and to analyze it. Thank you, Jean and the Dream of Horses. Okay, now back to this one. Okay, this is the one I really I'm also interested in too. Regrets? It seems you have your own about your family. Ooh. Ooh, put the your in bold. That should mean something. Every day I'm filled with them. Eren meets his grandfather Marley, who tells about his regrets about his family. That's in chapter 98. And there's a lot of emphasis in your family. Mm-hmm.
Plus for passing the fall there.
Again, thank you, Genre Genome Horses, for putting that great analysis. Man, that's fucking a lot, bro. That's good. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Genre Genome Horses.
This should be interesting. And honestly, I would love some clarity on what the hell the sins of the fall thing is supposed to be. So that'll be great.
Oh, he's want clarity. Okay, I thought the panel. Okay, my bad. Oh, it's almost 2:30 already. I've only gotten through 7 minutes. I've only gone through 7 minutes because I spent half that stream catching up. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Whatever, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it exactly the same. Fuck it. Whatever. I added on more points anyways in this stream. Why are you sighing, dude? Don't sigh. You wanted to read it. You want to be open-minded, so you gotta listen to the other side, dude. Don't sigh. Don't sigh. You're not even halfway, so you're only 1/3. You're only 1/3 through, man. Don't sigh. It's okay. I I'm with you. Don't sigh. Okay. It's okay.
Children in the universe have been born into shoulder the sins of their parents. But see, my problem is that you just gonna deal with how their enemies humanity.
Oh, whoa. What the he was like Busta Rhymes and look at me now. Wow. This man spat mad quickly. Luckily, I managed to pick up what he was saying. But, whoa. Relax. This man poked me. I'm sorry.
The children in the universe have been born into shoulder the sins of their parents.
Yes.
And
That's okay. That's what it was. But then I think I defined it pretty well. It's like children suffering the consequences because of yeah. Okay, yeah. I think it's the same way phrased differently. Because I said the next generation suffering the actions of the previous generation. Yeah. The next generation suffering the consequences of the actions of the previous generation. Yeah. I said, okay, yeah, it's the same. Okay, because it just phrased differently, but the meaning's the same. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So.
And but see, my problem is that you're just gonna have to have their enemy's humanity.
I can't understand him. He speaks too quickly. I can't understand him. I can't understand. He man speaks too quickly. Look, look how he says it.
And but see, my problem is that you're just gonna have to have their enemies.
Bro, yo. Sorry, no, I don't even touch my mic. I'm not touching my mic. Whoa, dude, relax, dog. Shit.
Humanity. So you want Historia and Eren's children to do the same exact thing. This is why
No, it's not. Because if Eren destroys the world, then the actions or the consequences would not burden his children. Because if Eren destroys the outside world completely, right? The only person that will have to bear the sins is him and Historia, because they don't have to tell their children that. Obviously, they're gonna tell them eventually. Obviously, I mean, everyone witnessed it. Not everyone witnessed it, but everyone. I mean, Eren declared it in the past, so they're probably gonna talk about. They gotta tell the children. Obviously, the people that would, if they go to school, they go to like a school, then obviously just maybe like a parent would tell them about, oh, your father the hero because your father protected us. He killed all the people. They will find out eventually, but the sins will be on them. They won't suffer the consequences of of the actions. Right?
I'm so confused with the whole sins of the father thing because I can't get a clear answer from people because of the I don't know what it is. And whenever the people who bring it up are all Eren haters, and they all say this nonsense about Eren marrying Historia, which will only perpetuate which will only perpetuate the
The problem is you can't say that 'cause you don't know the definition of the theme. You don't know what the theme is. Because what they have to do, again, I think I made it pointed out clear, but it's basically the next generation suffering the suffering the con the next generation dealing with the consequences from the actions of the previous generation. So if then the problem is like Falco and people, you have to value obviously the fucking family survival and they value being a warrior so that way they can, they push on the path when they value other things instead of their family. Like Rhino, he has to fucking be a fucking warrior. Falco, like all the aliens have to be fucking warriors in order to get their family out the fucking in order to get actually some respect.
theme that they're claiming that they're trying to break. So
Yes, it's surpassing it. Because if I've already talked about this. I'm gonna be like it's like a broken record. Yes, if Eren does complete the rumbling, then he would surpass his father because he's not using his child for any selfish reason to gain for any to gain his goal. And not only that, his child will not have to suffer any consequences from his actions.
just
Because
sorry,
because don't forget his kids will be totally innocent. in what Eren has done. The only person that would be at fault would be both Eren and Historia. Historia because of her inaction for what she did. She didn't tell the military, and for Eren what he did. That is surpassing the father. Because Eren is not gonna use his child to complete his goals. Well, yeah, I can say selfish because it means protecting his island. In the grand scale of things, yeah, it's protecting the island. So that is selfish to achieve his goals. These children should be protected and cherished and raised well, not be used as a tool to push someone's own goal. Like what happened throughout the story. Reiner's mom, Annie's dad. Man, Zeke, Grisha tried to do to Zeke. You know, I'll explain this earlier on in the stream. I feel like I'm going like a broken record. I'm having like a headache at this point. But I'm good. Let's continue. Just read it. I know. Lily will explain it. I mean, she put it in bold letters. What the sins of the father means.
Instead of children being protected and cherished, they're used as a means to an end. Okay? Or eventually pushed into a path where they will value other things in their family. Interesting.
What's interesting about that is true. Instead of putting the family in the top priority, that they're freaking focus on other shit, like getting like being in a war like being a warrior or achieving a goal. Yes, Grisha valued restorationists more than Zeke. I forgot what Rhino's mom is. I think it's like Karina. She valued having a better life than her own son. Same thing for Annie's dad.
The sins of the father theme makes an official introduction to the series. Grisha, Yeager, and Rod Reiss, and Instagram has been the one pointed out.
Yes.
Rod Reiss and Grisha Yeager, as we know, were willing to use Eren as well as Zeke in the story respectively as a means to end, because they weren't strong enough to show the burden of responsibilities by themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, saying yeah. So children suffering children deal with the consequences of the father's actions, past actions. Same thing here. Yeah. Exactly. Sorry.
Family instead.
I just didn't phrase it the correct way, but it's still the same thing. Sorry.
They brought into this world, and instead pushed them into a role by wanting them to inherit the way the entire world's actually going to age. What?
We mean what? It's true. It's true. It's true. It's fully true. Grisha didn't have to give the thing to Eren, but he still did anyways. He still did anyways. But and we never saw in any of the chapters Eren forcing Grisha to give the Titan powers to him. Grisha clearly changed his mind. Grisha didn't have to listen to Eren, but he still did. And we do know that something convinced him to give the Titan power to give the power to Eren. But the problem is we never get that answer. We don't know. We fully do not know. And we will never know. That's true. It's there.
Grisha and the Yeager.
Yeah, see, don't see. Lily's gonna supply you. She's gonna supply you with the explanation, my G. And it's so funny how in the same chapter, these two things are in the same chapter. So clearly, East Yama is paralleling something. I mean, isn't this? I mean, this might be a little I mean, it's random. It's a bit random. You know, maybe it's sheer coincidence, or maybe East Yama just did it intentionally. So clearly, East Yama is paralleling something here. He didn't. East Yama didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do like this. parent, child. Parent, child. But obviously, she will explain it. Like Lily do. She fluent in English. She's an English major, I think. So I trust her.
Some people claim that Eren was raised to be free of that burden by Grisha, but that really isn't the case. Eren was still
I can tell for a fact he did not agree with that statement. I can tell by that facial expression, he did not agree with that statement. Body language is not hard to decipher. Well, for me, anyways. I can easily tell that he doesn't agree with that statement, judging by his facial expression.
to a role for the greater good. What are you talking about? When it's passing Tech Titan to him upon his request.
No, that's not true. We never see Eren only forced Grisha to kill the Reiss family. The Eren forced Grisha to give him the Founding Titan, to give him the power to the Founding Titan. We don't see that. And Grisha didn't have to listen. Grisha didn't have to listen to Eren. But he obviously something convinced him. Because Eren probably sent him something. So yes, Grisha still shoved Eren into a role. Because he didn't have to listen to Eren. But he still did anyways. And even then, we don't see Eren telling Grisha to give him the Valentine power. It's only assumption. Hmm.
Upon Eren's request.
No, it's not true.
Even if Eren had been truly free, he would. If Eren had been truly free, he never would have inherited Grisha's attack titan. What?
That's true. Grisha didn't have to give it to Eren. Grisha did not have to give it to Eren. No matter what of Eren would have said to him, he did not have to give it to Eren. He could have given it to some. He could give it to Keith. Exactly. He could have given it to Keith. He could have given it to Keith. Because Grisha only had what? I think he had what? Because he got it. When did he get it? The attack time. I think it was. Yeah, I think Grisha only had like a year left, a year or two left. He could have explained it to Keith and then, boom, gave Keith the Titan power. He could have definitely gave it to Keith. Did not have to give it to Eren. What? What?
What? And Thor would have passed it on to someone else, Keith, for example.
True. You could explain it to Keith. Keith is much more older. He has military experience. So it would have been easier for him to control it and make more use of it. Rather than a 10-year-old kid. So yes, logically, it would have made sense to give it someone like Keith. Who has military experience. It makes complete sense. What does it say? Because Eren didn't know he even had it Eren didn't know he had it until 5 years later. Eren spent nearly his life, nearly his 13 years, nearly half his 13 years, not even knowing he had the power. Please counter argue this. Please, I want to hear it.
No. Just no. I think this is very self-explanatory. Definitely not.
He doesn't even explain it. Okay, it's simple. Then fucking explain it. If it's so simple, just fucking explain it. Dude, that's not even a point. Cause you're saying it's simple. Okay, explain it. Explain how would it not make sense to not give it to Keith. Explain it. But no, no, you're not gonna say it. Again, he's not gonna explain it. So he just assume, what? We're just gonna assume. We're gonna assume the same thought that he does. No. And we see, and not only that, dumbass, we see that in 137 that Grisha still fights. He fights the other shifters. He fights with Armin. He helps Armin. Dude. Then why did Grisha give him the power in the first place? I'm done. Oh, let's continue. Because he's not going to explain how it doesn't make sense to not give it to Eren and give it. He's not going to explain it. So why bother? Why bother pausing? He's not going to explain it.
The reason why I show
Whatever. I'll read the fucking panels. Oh, yeah. Because he's not gonna. So who is gonna, man? You're almost 9 now. Grisha has loved you and raised you freely. So far, I never brainwashed you. That's why I said this is pointless. We we never had to want his memories for years, but then why did you betray me? He passed his Titan down to you without telling you a thing, and you keep fighting as he wished. I guess you thought the two of us were the same, but you're wrong. Someone tried to steal a female, wasn't to take theirs or hard and make it that way. I've been like that since birth. Chapter 121. Eren explains he wasn't brainwashed by the father, but said to follow his own goal and was supposedly even going against his father. Keep going.
the panels to point above was to point out that Grisha had decided to burn Eren only because he thought he raised him right.
Wait, well, I'm sorry. I blanked out. The reason why I showed these panels above was the point that Grisha had decided to burn Eren, but because only he thought he raised him right, unlike Zeke. Yeah, yeah, that's true. He didn't force Eren onto anything, so he thought he raised him right. Unlike Zeke, who was forced to be a fucking soldier, which he didn't want to do. Hmm, that's true. That's true.
Let me see. What panel? Let me see.
It's 121. You can click on that panel too, dude. Instead of looking so close like that, you could just, press on that panel. I mean, it's zoom. You can zoom that in too, dude. And then just, it's not that fucking hard to zoom in, dude. Yeah, exactly. He didn't force. Oh, I'm not reading the comments. I am so sorry. I'm just too focused on this. Any comments here? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Exactly. He didn't force Aaron to do anything. He didn't talk about the propaganda and shit. He probably raised them right. He raised him like a normal. He just treated him like, and he just treated him like a son, like a normal kid, normal son. Yes, it's true. That's completely opposite to Zeke.
What? I'm so confused. What burning? I don't see any burning whatsoever. It's very.
Oh my gosh. He didn't say. The reason why I showed these powers to point out that Grisha had decided to burden Eren, but only because he thought he raised him right. Here, he raised him. Grisha thought that he raised Eren correctly by treating him like a normal kid and being a good father to Eren. That's you're misunderstanding what she's saying. He didn't burden Eren from here, dude. He thought he raised him right, so he decided to burden Eren on. But you're
free
not.
parenting.
What?
And look, see, the duty of our family is a recurring motif in the sense of the father's theme.
A reoccurring motif in the sins of the father theme specifically shown in the Yeager family. What's the What is he gonna say? What is he gonna say?
You don't say. It's almost like Eren has that same vice. It's almost like a certain someone was portrayed in that way. Oh, interesting. Specifically showing.
No, because at that point, Eren was Mikasa was a friend at that point. Now, no, because at that point he made his Oh, if we say Eren and Historia did have the child together and shit, Eren has his own family. At that point, Eren is not doing he's not doing it out of duty. He's doing it out of protection of not just his family, but also the home that he lives on. Like, dude, yes, that's at this point Mikasa's not part of his family anymore. Cause if we say again, if it was true that Eren was the father of Soy's child, then Eren would have a new family to protect. Hmm. So okay, I don't get it. Does Eren see Mikasa as family, or does he see her as fucking like as a lover? I don't get it. I don't know which one.
The Yeager family, which was furious at his parents had faced brutal murder and couldn't understand why they decided to battle the injustice of the Eldians were facing Marley. Thus, he started to detest his father, started to unconsciously lose towards students and the family. Interesting.
What's interesting? Yeah, it is interesting because of his refusal to fucking this man, instead of Grisha's father getting angry at the Marleyans for the fact that they killed his fucking daughter, he just accepts it. He just said, "Oh, well, it was an accident. It's okay." A real father would have been fucking angry. That's why Grisha got fucking angry at him. That's why Grisha started to hate his father. Instead of getting justifiably fucking angry at them, he's like, okay, this man got fucking emasculated. Grisha's father got emasculated, dude. Not just that, but for Grisha point of view, it made it seem that his father didn't care about Faye. Because any parents that found out what happened to a daughter would be grieving, angry. But Grisha's father just took it. He's like, "We're sorry. We're sorry. I'm sorry that we stepped out. I'm sorry that my children stepped out of line." He wasn't even angry. And I'm pretty sure Grisha probably told his. I'm pretty sure Grisha got yelled at his father that what happened. But you know, I looked at my father and this man. And I began to hate them so much that it made me dizzy. But even more than that, I cursed my own foolishness. Hmm, that's true. Because a father is supposed to protect and love their kids. You know what I'm saying? Instead of getting angry or getting angry at the officer or something, he just took it. It was like he didn't care. Exactly. I'm not gonna
It's like
read.
there's becoming obsessed with his duty.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read that.
So, that's interesting. More
That's the whole point of surpassing the father. To put family over duty. That's surpassing the father. Eren can't do that if he's not a fucking father. Or not gonna be one. Fucking hell.
so to protecting his family. That when he married Dana and had Zeke, he was shoving his son towards the back of the saber
Mhm.
with his tool,
Mhm.
unaware that he was repeating some mistake.
Mhm.
I don't think that Grisha. I'm not even going to talk about Papa Yeager. That's a different conversation. He made when he decided to bring Phaos out of the water to see the blimp.
Yes, he was blinded by his foolishness once again. He was blinded by his naivety once again. Because he was naive to believe that Zeke would be the savior. It's the same mistake of naivety. That's why she said the same mistake. Because he cursed his own foolishness at that point. But then again, when he had Zeke, he's blinded by his foolishness again. Because he was naive to think that Zeke would actually become the savior. His naivety caused his downfall. That's the same mistake that she is talking about. The same mistake of naivety. See, if you actually look at the panel and actually read it, you will understand what he's talking about here. He cursed his own naivety. Or naivety, yeah. That's what he's talking about, his foolishness. So when he had Zeke, he was believed that by putting his son on the path of becoming a savior, it would be successful. He was blinded by naivety again, and that caused his downfall again. His name was Zeke, a child of royal blood. I'm sure one day he'll help us lead to victory. Again, look! As soon as he was born, he was blinded by naivety. But in the end, I was still the same foolish child I had been on that day. Around the time of 2007, he both betrayed me and my wife to the Marleyan government. Yeah, exactly. He was still the same foolish, naive person that he was back at that day of Faye's death. That's what she's talking about, the same mistake. The same mistake of naivety. Is it naivete? Naivety? Being naive? Yeah, the same mistake of being naive. That's what she's talking about here. He's not thinking of the possibility that maybe Zeke will not succeed. Is it naive? Okay, hold on. Because I'm pretty sure, I might be saying it wrong. Naive, is it naivete? Is it naivety? Yeah, I'm saying it right? Naivety. Yeah, naivety. Hold on, let me see.
Naivety.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying it. Naivety. Yeah, I'm saying it right. Okay, I'm saying it right. I'm saying it right. Naivety.
Naivety.
Yeah, naivety. Yeah, I'm saying it right. Okay, I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's blinded by the same mistake of naivety. That's what caused his downfall twice. Or actually, thrice, if you include Eren. he was blinded 3 times. Damn. I'm sorry. I'm gonna continue. He
Oh
was.
come on, he had a perfect opportunity to do that cheeky meme where he has Eren Historia and their Eren.
No. Because that's not. Oh, you're so stupid. You are so stupid. Because she's trying to show a point. She's not gonna make a meme out of it. She's actually taking this fucking seriously. Dude. Again, you're just downplaying and making a joke out of it, dude.
Baby. That would be funny.
Again, she's trying to prove an analysis. She's not making a fucking joke. It's just she's trying to prove something with an analysis, with actual serious analysis. But again, downplaying. That's the only thing he can go to. That's the only thing he can go to is downplaying it. Because what Lily is saying all over here is straight up FACTS. Facts. Let's continue. Continue reading, Mr. Beluga.
All this comes back to Mr. Yeager. I'm assuming Mr. Yeager's his dad. Who tried to.
Oh, Mr. Yeager. I wonder who else could that be? I mean, he looks pretty similar to Grisha's father. Mr. Yeager obviously is fucking Grisha's dad. Who else could it be? His uncle? I'm sorry. Again, I don't know why he does not notice. Again, he's the greatest Attack on Titan analyzer. Right? Shouldn't he know Mr. Yeager is clearly Grisha's dad? And he's clearly talking about my son snack passed off a little sister. My son obviously he's talking about fucking Grisha's. Oh, that's his dad. I'm sorry. I'm continue. I'm sorry.
Pushed Grisha into the role of a doctor.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay, he did. And accepting Riley's brainwashing about Elden's being devils, they didn't realize he pushed his son into danger.
Yes, he did. He showed he continued to brainwash. He continued to try to brainwash him with the propaganda book. That's true. Hey, that's true.
Man betrays his own family for Christian's sake.
I'll read it. I'll read the panels. He's not gonna. I am. Jeez. That day, my son snacked past the wall for his little sister. I was so hard on him. I pushed him to become a doctor, to take after me. How can my son do something like that? It was me. It was all me. And then he has a mental breakdown. Yeah. Which is true. It's your fault. I'm sorry. It is your fault. You pushed him too far.
Even if Grisha gets handed a second chance to handle his family and does his best to protect them, he still perpetuates his cycle by handling the Titan day.
Yes, that's true. He didn't have to give Eren the Titan, but he still did anyways. He still perpetuated the cycle.
Eren, no.
That's true. Yes.
Completely disagree.
No, that's I completely agree here because he didn't have to listen to Eren. He didn't have to do it, but he still gave it to a 10-year-old Eren. That's true.
Completely wrong. Completely untrue.
That's completely true. Okay, back it up. Back it up.
It's wrong.
Back it up. Back it up with Back it up with fact. Back it up with proof.
This is you trying to shoot because.
Back it up with proof. You're not backing it up. You're just saying it's wrong. Why is it wrong? How is it wrong? How is it wrong?
Because see, since
How is it wrong?
Since historians like it and you're trying to match it, now you're shoehorning this in.
It's not shoehorning. I mean, if Grisha really cared about Eren that much, he wouldn't have gave him the Attack Titan. Like, he didn't have to listen to him. I mean, he didn't want to kill the Reiss family, but he did. He didn't have to do it, but he still did. He didn't have to give Eren the file. He didn't have to find Eren, grab him, and take him to the woods and give him the Attack Titan and the Fountain Titan, but he did. That means, you know what that means? He still had that goal in the back of his head. He still had that naivety in the back of his head. It was small, but it was there.
Where you're like, oh, well, I have to find a similar thing with Eren. Give him the Attack Titan. So he just.
Why did Grisha? Okay, that makes no sense. Cause Grisha fucking fought back in 137. If he did not give Eren the Attack Titan, he would not be in the situation that they were in now. But something convinced Grisha to give him the Attack Titan, but we do not know what it is. Meaning that Grisha was still blinded by his naivety. Right? He was still blinded by naivety that Elder would be restored to his former glory, some shit like that. I'm pretty sure. I'm saying not just shit like that, but that's basically what the rest of the nation is. That is true. That is very true.
Forcing him. No, it's made quite clear by the dialogue, by his actions, that Grisha 100% did not force anything on him.
Yes, he did. He didn't have to give him the fucking Titan. He didn't have to listen to him. But he still did it anyways. He still didn't anyways. Ay, ay, ay. He still did it anyways.
And it's very clear that Eren wanted him to give it to him.
Yeah, but okay, Eren wanted it, yes, but Grisha did not have to listen to him. That's what the point of the argument is. Like, even though he tried, he's still fucking blinded by naivety of all that being restored to former glory. And still gave it to Eren. Because if he truly moved on and truly forgot all about that, he would not have given it to Eren, but he still did anyways.
You'll notice, after he gave him the attack time, he said, "Are you happy now, Eren?"
No, you're an idiot. She says that after he kills the Reiss family. And then again, he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to give Eren the Titan. Obviously, he kind of had to kill the Vice at that point because he wasn't gonna be leaving there alive. That's for sure. It's either that or his family's gonna be his rest of the family gonna be hunted down because he knows who the royal family is, and obviously that Law did not want that from happening. So, okay, at that point, he was forced on killing them. He had no choice. He wasn't gonna make it out of there alive. That's number one. But he still did not have to give Eren the Titan. He didn't. Cause why would he give it to a child instead of giving it to a soldier with much military experience like Keith? Instead of giving it to Eren, who spent literally 5 years not even knowing he had the power. Ay, ay, ay.
This is what you wanted. Well, LD finally said with this.
Yes, because Grisha still had the gold that he wanted earlier to be restored to his former glory. He was blinded by naivety. Again, he failed 3 times. He didn't have to listen to Eren, but he did. And if it wasn't for the first king's fucking will, maybe his family, maybe he wouldn't have to fucking do the restorationist bullshit. He wouldn't have to do it. Grisha still made the decision. He wasn't forced by Eren. He could have ignored Eren, refused Eren, but he still made a decision. It's still his fault. Because Eren can't freaking kill the family himself. Grisha still decided to do it.
Right? That's not something you say to someone after you force them upon them.
Okay, but oh my goodness, he's going out to kill him either way, because Ra told Free to open to fucking kill him, so he was going to die. So he had no choice. Even if Eren did not manipulate him, he had to fight. He had to freaking kill him. Well, not at least kill the cat and family, but he had to kill the fucking. He had to kill Frida for sure. For sure, for sure.
Someone's having something forced upon them, it's Grisha. Which is why he's saying, "Are you happy?"
No. Again, Grisha did not have to comply to Eren, but he still did. He still listened.
Happy now, Eren? Goodness. This is what happens. I really like doing this because I really want people to understand. When you stray away from the story, you end up having to do this nonsense where you start making stuff up.
You make stuff up, dumb shit. For example, fucking compatibilism? That was never in the story until 139. You and fucking invaders made shit up. Shut the fuck up. You're exactly in the same boat. Talking about compatibilism. Who the fuck talk about compatibilism? No, not even you, man. It was invaders that made that shit up. You decided to listen to him. Because the only way I'll make that the only way for fucking one film to make fucking sense for the rest of the story. Give me a break. You're in the exact same boat, dude.
I never had to make up any nonsense. Yeah.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, I have been very explicit. My beliefs are perfectly consistent. I never have to change anything in the story for EM.
Yes, you do. You had to change chapter 50, the 50 scene from a family one to a romantic one. And you had to change when Eren wrapped the scarf around for the first time. You had to change that as Eren being romantically interested in me, except by blushing. And you had to change this whole story from being a story about breaking fates to a story about compatibilism and determinism. Again, compatibilism and determinism are the same thing. It's the same. Compatibilism is this type of determinism, so it's the same thing, deterministic. So you're in the exact same boat, buddy. Dude. No, and nothing, cause you're in the exact same boat. You had to recontextualize everything in order for it to make sense.
But when people try to stray away from that, try to make Eren Historia a thing, or try to do anything away from the truth, when they try to deviate from the truth in any way, shape, or form, there's always this nonsense where you have to make stuff up.
You had to make stuff up. You made it fuck stuff up. That fucking chapter 50 was a romantic scene. You made stuff up about Eren rapping the stuff on Mikasa. That was romantic. Oh, Eren was blushing. That was romantic. You made stuff up, dude. You're in the exact same boat, but you're not realizing it.
That's what I'm saying. But he does his best to correct this mistake by raising Eren Ryan, not bothering him with the information he has. It's basically right.
Oh my god. I'm reading it because I'm not trusting his ass. Okay, where the fuck did he go here? Okay. Even if Grisha had a second chance of having a family, does it to protect them? Yeah, does his best. If he would have, obviously, if he actually really if he really did his best to protect them, he would not give Eren a fucking Titan. He didn't do his best. Anyways, he still perpetuates the cycle by handing over the attack Titan to Eren, but does his best to protect himself by raising Eren the rights and not bothering with the information he has in the basement right at the beginning. That's true. He didn't tell Eren about the outside world. He let him live his life. This brings us to Eren. Eren had lost his family and lamented on it heavily right in the beginning, chapter 2, leading him to seek revenge on the Titans. Eren is, however, spared from the cycle of duties and roles, which Grisha and Dr. Yeager make mistakes and get their sons to betray them and their family. Because Grisha corrects his mistake he had made of Zeke, even though he doesn't end up protecting his family, so the cycle isn't completely closed. Eren is still forced to burn a Baron by his father, but it can easily be on the path to correct his family mistake and value family above duty. I know for a fact, when we get to here, he's gonna say, "Oh, Mikasa." Watch.
Again, this person Eren lost his family and lamented in heavily right in chapter 2.
Mm-hmm.
Against the Titans. He always wants to see revenge against the Titans.
That's not fucking true, you dumb shit. He didn't need to. He didn't want to avenge on Titans until they killed his mother. Again, you're the so-called greatest analyzer, but you didn't fucking know that. He didn't care. He didn't care about Titans. And Titans never boarded up his fucking home for the first 9 years of his fucking life. The Titan ate his mother. That's what made him seek revenge on them, because his mother died. How do you not know this? Again, greatest analyze everyone. Yeah, he doesn't know why Eren wants revenge on the fucking Titans. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Eren is now respect for the cycle of duty/roles, which made Grisha and Mr. Yeager, make mistakes and get their sons to betray them.
Yes, by forcing them into a role. Yes. They made the mistakes that got them betrayed. Yes.
And their family, because Grisha corrects the mistakes, he had a Zeke.
Yeah, but it's only two. Grisha, because, yeah, and then because Grisha makes it, he had a Zeke, even though it doesn't end up protecting his family, so it doesn't really matter. Exactly. I mean, he did regret his actions, but then again, it's too late, so therefore, he keeps the cycle going. That's his fault.
Eren is still forced to bear the burden by.
Bro, read it. Wait, is he reading it? Even though it doesn't end up protecting his family, so the cycle isn't completely closed. Read that shit. Read the parentheses, dude. Read everything. You're skipping on the lines that you don't care about, dude.
His father. No, he's.
Yes, he is. His father gave him the attack titan.
No, this is why Candace said I had new takes. This is why I'm the only person who actually understands what an antagonist and protagonist is.
No, you don't, dumb shit. A protagonist is an antagonist is someone who opposes the protagonist. Eren cannot be fucking both.
And says with 100% certainty that Eren is both the antagonist and the protagonist. Yes, this is why. This is one of the reasons why. Because yes, you're right. He has this burden, but he gave it to himself.
We don't know that. We only know that Eren told Grisha to kill the family. It's only assuming. We don't know what Eren did to convince Grisha. But then you're not realizing that at the time, Eren did not know that this was going to happen. Oh goodness, man. You don't know Attack on Titan Eren. You even know that Eren. You don't even know the reason why Eren wanted to kill Titans in the first place. Yeah, you're saying you know. You don't know. You know AOT perfectly, dude. Give me a break.
Yes, he's fighting against this thing. Supposedly, yes, yeah. People say, "Oh, Eren can oppose himself." Yes, he can. Yes, he 100% can. That's why Eren's such a great character. But this Eren asked him to. Again, if this wasn't such a famous,
But Eren didn't know at the time.
I would pull it up right now and show you how.
What's the problem? What your PC? What your PC can't fucking catch it up? Also, it'll bust on the CPU. Dude, what's the issue? Show the proof.
Ridiculous this is.
Why not? What is stopping you? You're not even streaming. You're fucking recording. You can easily fucking pause the recording, get the fucking panel out, and then show it the next fucking take. You're lazy. That's the fucking issue.
But I'm not gonna tell you anymore.
Again, he's not gonna show proof. So we're not. How you supposed to believe him then? Again, lazy.
Way too long.
Way too long. It's 3 fucking hours long. What's a little fucking few seconds gonna do? And you can just edit that out simply. You're just lazy and want everyone to assume that your opinion is obviously correct. Dude, unless you have evidence, no one's gonna fucking believe you.
Eren is still forced to bear the burden for himself.
Yes, his father still gave him the fucking Titan. It doesn't matter if he got convinced or not. He didn't know at the time. So he still had to suffer the consequences, dumb shit.
His father, but
he didn't know at the fucking time.
Been on a path to correct his own mistakes and value family above duty. Yes, I 100,000% agree on this.
Yeah, but you gotta save Mikasa.
This is why
Watch it.
I say that 138 was the best possible ending for Eren.
No, it's not.
Oh, but now you guys want to lunch me because I said that, right? But for her to believe that family is over duty.
You're the same guy that called Serenity mentally deficient. Shut the fuck up. You also accuse Serenity of you accuse Serenity of being a nationalist. Shut the fuck up.
If Eren did indeed love Mikasa, wouldn't 138 be the ideal situation? And assuming Eren loves Mikasa, and he thought about doing cabin, but he didn't, and he ended up piercing himself with many grievings by doing the rumbling, killing all those people for essentially.
Yeah, because then again, his people would fucking die. His people would die. Because either way, it declared war anyways.
No gain to himself. Wouldn't he lament the fact that he never got to be with Nicholas in the first place?
He never lamented it in any times he died. He never lamented it until 139. The first time he got eaten by a fucking titan in the early season 1, he did not lament on not being with Mikasa. When he was in the cave and he wanted to die, did he think about Mikasa? He didn't think about her until 139. Shut the fuck up. You're acting like he's been thinking about her the whole time, which is not true.
It's almost like this was a recurring theme.
Yeah, but with the wrong characters, dumb shit.
I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to hold you to this. You want to believe in family over duty? I 100,000% agree. So why isn't the 138...
Okay, a family over duty. Okay. So why is Mikasa fighting then? Why is Mikasa in the fucking front lines? Right? If Mikasa's in the family, right? Shouldn't she not be in the fighting at all? Shouldn't he try to get Mikasa out from the fight? I don't know, he could have wrote something in the letters. She could have tried, but he didn't. Because clearly Eren had his own family. He had a higher priority. Dude. Head
Why
down.
isn't the 138 outcome good? Why? Why did Eren have to? Why did Eren, if he's supposed to break the cycle of the into the Faller?
That's why it's bad. Because Eren is not the father. So how he could surpass the theme if he's not a father himself?
Why if this is a theme? Why did Eren have to restart the timeline twice? Do 80% rumbling and then reset it and do it again?
That's assuming that the AoE is correct. Again, I don't care about AoE, so I don't give a shit. We're not talking about AoE. We're talking about the source material here. Now he's talking about the AoE people. Again, AoE is not even. Do you know what AoE? We don't even know AoE even exists. You're just assuming that it exists. Be quiet.
Again, we're just 100% rumbling and kills Mikasa in the process. We continue.
That's just assuming that AoE is true, which we don't know. It's still a theory. That point is no, because that's only if the AoE is actually true, which we don't even know. So that point is over. That point is no. Continue.
The Reiss family was burned by the duty of trying to dismantle Karl Fritz's will. Why does he keep putting will in capital?
Because Karl Fritz's will is a fucking power. That's why it's in capitals. How do you not know that? How do you so-called good and analyze it, but you don't even fucking know that why it's in capitals? Damn, man. You're such a pseudo-intellectual. It's actually so annoying.
Ra's frustration with seeing his entire family submit to maintaining peace instead of fighting titans against the will of the 104th King, specifically his father, Yuri and Frida, is what leads him to desperation to have a child with a maid called Alma.
Yeah, let's read the fucking thing. Yeah. Yeah, burning with the reason desolation have a child with a maid called Alma. That's true. We just need to kill every titan, right? We just need to kill every single titan right now. Why won't you understand? I know I'll be fine, brother. I'm the only one who understands me. Leave it to me, father. I'll let the ghost of answers get the better of me. Oh, God.
And Frida is what leads him to desperation to have a child with a maid called Alma.
Historia witnesses Rod's memories.
fact that Rod and Alma never loved each other, but made it
What was that? That's true.
illegitimate child because of Rod's obsession over duty. Obsession over the duty he didn't want to deal with himself, while Alma went along with her self-interest for money and power. Speaking of this, Quick Bender made a video about Rod, and he brings it up. It's a very good video. I highly suggest you watch it. Alma did not want to deal.
Can you at least summarize it? I'm not watching a video without knowing what it's about. Or at least summarizing his point. Don't know why you plugged him there.
With being a mother to a child, she had to have a plan, which is why she loads the story and expressed she wished that she had the strength to kill her. Oh, this is interesting. If she wanted to kill her, how come she didn't kill her? How come?
Because she didn't have the fucking mental strength to. Because even though she was an asshole, she didn't want to fucking do it. Because she didn't want that shit on her conscience.
She lets her live. If you want to kill her.
Again, that's downplaying it. Because she can just simply use Rod to get money from him. And status. Again, that falls into naivety. Because she thought by having a kid with Rod, she would have money and status. But she didn't want to deal with it. Again, downplaying it. Downplaying it so hard. She hated her, but she didn't have the strength. She didn't have the mental strength to fucking. She had the mental strength to fucking go through with it. That's what she's talking about. Ay ay ay.
If you know what I'm referencing, you know what I'm referencing.
No one cares. Continue.
Rod never wanted to inherit the Titan for himself, but had hoped his children would be the ones who would succeed. Anyone but himself.
Yeah, because he didn't want to fucking be under the ideology. That's true.
Unlike Eren, who isn't raised by her family, Historia isn't raised by her family out of love and is abandoned by everyone. Okay, so see.
It's still the contrast It's still the contrast similarity stuff. We already know that from the beginning of the analysis. So what is he gonna say now?
He's taking people's stored memories. So now all of a sudden, Historia is completely different from Eren.
She's been saying that from the fucking beginning. She literally said that Eren and Historia have contrasting but similar backstories. She's been saying that from the fucking beginning. If you actually paid attention and actually kept that information in your fucking brain. But again, it's in one ear, out the other. You don't care. Simple. Just say that, dude.
Now their lives are unsimilar. Because remember in the beginning, he's like, "Oh, their lives are so similar." And
No, it's not. Oh my god, you're fucking an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. She says their lives are so different, but if you actually notice, there is similarities between them. Oh my gosh. This person, you don't bother to actually fucking keep the shit in your brain. She literally said that their backstories are contrasting, but if you actually pay attention, there is small similarities. Fucking hell. She said that in the beginning. How'd you not fucking retain that in your head?
it's a perfect parallel.
She said that from the fucking beginning. Go back and read the intro then. I'm not even gonna say anything. Just go back and read the intro.
Now we see in reality that they're not. Okay.
What? Again, I'm sounding like a broken record. She said that in the intro, how the backstories are very different, but if you actually took a glance and took a notice, there is very small but important similarities.
She was abandoned by everyone, and she was raised for a purpose by getting a tool in Rod's hands, and her father never expressed any sort of love nor understanding towards that. With the help of the antithesis of Lemire, who was coming from a similar situation to hers, and Frida, she chooses to directly go against her father.
Relax, you're stuttering. Why are you in a hurry? Like, I don't see why you're rushing, because this is a 3-hour fucking video. So stop rushing, just fucking take your time. The fact that you managed to fucking... You knew it was a fucking long-ass analysis. That means you had enough time. Take your time, dude. Stop rushing. If you didn't want to do it all in one shot, do it bit by fucking bit. Like, no one's fucking forcing you to do all in one shot.
Instead of choosing to maintain peace and also inheriting the Valentine, she chooses to take care of the children that were abandoned, and also accepts her role as queen. To do good to the people, Paradise directly working against her family freezes to keep the people in the dark, recommends sacrifice for the greater good.
Okay, let me read this. I know he's not gonna fucking read it. Ah. It is true, Lord Reiss. Both this woman and the child are laid to you. Ah, very well. Neither of them are laid to me. Yeah, then. Viner even gives up on Alma, but sees her only because he needed for his goal. Try the 52. That's true. That's true again. If you actually pay attention. If you actually pay attention from the fucking beginning, she literally said that. Contrasting yet awfully similar backstories and mirrors. That means their backstories contrast each other. But if you actually look at it, if you actually look closely, they're actually pretty similar. Fucking hell! What was that point that he made? It was stupid. Is my frames going up well? Yeah, looks fine. What was I now? Here. Okay. He's not gonna read this. And again, if you want to read, there's a source. Thank you. I'll read that. Tumblr. Okay. Historia. Who is the party you want to address? And how do you want things to be for them? If you think about that, the words should naturally come out. Historia, who listened to those words, proceeded with what she should write. Several days later, she was crowned, and the oath of the session was proclaimed. I, Historia Reiss, here and now have become queen. However, that's because of many people by risking lives have chosen it, because they put their trust in me to make a better world. Therefore, in order to repay that for each and everybody's sake, I work. For what I'm able to achieve on my own, I appeal to the people, I appeal to the people who can, that different up until now. I tend to create a world where everyone can live with their chest puffed out in pride. In this world, unwanted people and the like, there's not a single one. Instead of saying that people who are crying, for sure, I will go to the help. Poor people too, lonely people too, everybody. An excerpt from her stories oath from the Smart Pass AU, which is actually canon. See a little story section from this analysis from proof. Translation source. Oh wow, that is a oh, that's cool. Okay, I'll keep this up for I'll read it on my own time. Because the only thing that's really important is this exit, but I'll read on my own time for sure. Thank you. I like that she credits them. Okay, now surpassing the father theme. She's gonna better exploring this. Okay. So surpassing father mean being in front of building child problems that are too young to worry about. Okay. Let me stretch. I'm gonna end this at 3:30. So 20 minutes left in the stream. I will download it and then uh, excuse me. I will download it and then I'll post part one. That's already rendered and downloaded and ready to go. I'll post it tomorrow, if anything.
What is this?
It's an excerpt from the stories or from the Smart Pass AU, which is actually canon. It is.
An excerpt from Historia's Oath, a Smart Pass AU.
Yes, it is. It's just a supplementary thing. in the story. It doesn't really affect anything, but it's more detailed what the promises would be, or the speech would be.
Actually canon. See a little section story for analysis for proof. Okay.
Translation source.
Is this
What?
Historia? Who is the party you want to address, and how do you want things to be for them? Like, if you think about it, the words should naturally come out. The stories of these words, and should perceive as you should write. So there's later she was crowned, the oath of accession was proclaimed. I gotta get my hands on these stories, man. It's so interesting.
Why? So you can twist them in your own way and see how, oh, and Mikasa, and how Mikasa, some shit like that. Please, do not give him them. I'm afraid what you might do with them.
I, Historia Res, here and now have become
Reiss. Reiss. Reiss or Rice. Not Rise.
queen. However, that was because many people, by risking their lives, have chosen it. Because they put their trust in me to make a better world. Therefore, in order to pay that, for everyone, pay that for each and everyone's sake, I work. When I'm unable to achieve on my own, I appeal to people who can that different
From up till now.
I intend to create a world where everyone can live in their chest puffed up with pride, and in this world, unwanted people and the like, there's not a single one. And so saying, if there are people who are crying for sure,
Oh, he actually read it. Good job.
I'll go to their help. Poor people too, lonely people too, everybody. What's the purpose of that? We already knew that. See, this is why I'm going to start skipping these things, because we already knew this.
No, you didn't. You didn't even know this fucking existed. Give me a break. You didn't even know this fucking. I didn't even know this fucking. I didn't even know this fucking. I thought you were talking about the audio. But cause there's an audio thing. I think it's from another video. But you didn't know this. Give me a break. You're acting like you know. Again, you didn't know this. You even know why Eren wanted to fucking take revenge on the Titans in the first place, dude. You didn't know it.
Surpassing the fall. This is another thing that I'm very confused about.
How are you so confused about? It's literally it's right in front of your face. Surpassing the father, being better than your dad. How hard is that? How is it so hard to be confused about that? It's pretty simple. Just be better than your dad. Like,
I'd love to have some further explanation on it.
didn't Saints give you an explanation on that? Oh no, they didn't talk about this. They talked about the logic of 139. I think that's what they talked about. I don't remember. I did that video, like I did that fucking reaction months ago. I don't remember what fucking happened in there. And I don't care to look and find out.
The father literally means being better than your father.
Yeah, literally. Like I don't. It's pretty on the nose. Surpassing the father. What does that mean? Being better than your dad. It's like, but let Lily flesh it out.
Well, Eren's kids will have a blast with that.
Eren doesn't have kids. And how Eren doesn't have kids in canon. He doesn't have kids. So what do you mean Eren kids have a blast with that? Eren doesn't have kids.
I'm very confused about, and would love to have some further explanation on it. Surpassing the father literally means being better than your father.
Yeah.
Well, Eren's kids will have a blast with that.
Eren doesn't have kids.
And not bringing down the problems you have and are problems that they're too young to worry about. Ignoring expectations about your child. As we know, it was Rod's cowardice that led to the birth of Historia. To be used as a tool for his own gain and gruesome mistake with Zeke eventually led to Eren's birth.
Yes. 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 And him inheriting the burden, the attack Titan, yes, because Grisha still gave him the fucking Titan. He didn't have to give him the Titan. He could have said, Eren, fuck you. No, I ain't gonna listen to you. I don't care what you fucking put in my head. I ain't listening to you. But again, we don't know. We can only assume. And then again, in 137, we see him fighting with Armin. So, like, what do we do? Let's continue. Yes,
not lead to his birth.
it did. Because if Grisha didn't make a mistake with Zeke, he would never. Grisha would never been out in parody. Not in parody. He never went to the walls. If Grisha treated Zeke right, Eren would never been born. That is true. Because he mistreated Zeke, that eventually long term led to that was the biggest factor to Eren's birth. Yes, true. That is true. I don't get it. You acting like either way Eren would have been born. That's not true. Nope, that's not true. And if
Those events were not connected.
yes, it is. It is connected because from his mistake with Zeke, he learned his lesson and tried to do the best with Eren. He made a mistake with Zeke. Zeke ratted him and Dina out, and they were led to parody. Yes, they are connected.
This
What?
event was connected. He had procured the services of this maid because of his cowardice. He didn't have a child because of Zeke. He had a child because he was married, and married people have children. And burning.
Oh crap! Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh! Don't tell me my fucking thing was off the whole time. Ay, yay, yay. Again, he's talking about the birth of the father. I'm not again. I don't care. I'm just gonna probably edit it out due to the media mic. So I think we left off. Yes, again, child naivety, having a child surpassing the father. I'm not. I am just gonna. I'm just gonna edit that part out from it. I'm gonna say again. If a big chunk of his edit if it comes from muted, that's because I accidentally fucking pressed the button off. Oh wait, no. I dropped it. It was already on, but I dropped it. Ah, fuck. Okay, I get it now. Alright. I guess everything's okie dokie then. But I should be only have like a couple minutes of audio of my mic being muted, but it's fine. 'Cause I just dropped it. I literally just dropped it. But anyways, what I was saying is that Grisha already put expectations on Zeke. The point of the smashing the father is not putting any expectations on your child. Grisha already made that mistake with Zeke because Grisha, as soon as Zeke was born, he's like, this child will lead us to victory. So you already put expectations on Zeke to be complete the mission of the restorationist. He was the key. So yes, he already placed expectations on his child, even. Let me show you my thing's on. Is it on? Yeah, he already placed expectation on his child even when as soon as he was born. That's true. He made a mistake, and that mistake of putting so much expectation on Zeke led to Eren's birth because he went to paradise, sent to paradise, and all that shit occurred. Yes.
And inheriting the burden, the attack titan. Again, that was Eren's undoing.
No, it wasn't. I mean, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it was. But at that time, Eren didn't know until he kissed Historia's hand. And not only that, again, he didn't have to. Grisha did not have to listen to Eren, but he still did. He still did. He still did it. Regardless of whether Eren tried to convince him or not, he still did it. Because Grisha could have said no, fuck that, and then none of this shit would have happened. Grisha still did it.
Both Eren and Historia don't succumb to their to their fathers.
It's not funny. Dude. No, they both didn't. No, they both did not. Because again, Grisha did not have to give Eren the fucking power of the Titans, but he still did it anyways. See my mic thing's on? He still did it anyways. It's his fault. It's still his fault to this day.
Then go up in their own valleys. Historia refuses to inherit the Fire Titan, and ended up being used like Frida, Yeager, and the rest of the Reiss family, and pushes.
Oh my god, dude. When you swallow your spit, just swallow it and then continue reading, dude. Don't just swallow. Don't continue reading while you're swallowing your spit. Then people won't understand you. I'll read it. I'll read this paragraph. Both Historia and Eren do not succumb to the falls, instead go with their own values. Historia refuses to inherit the Valentine and end up being used like Frida, Yuri, and the rest of the Reiss family, and pushes her father to finally become the Titan, which he should have done in the first place. While Eren, on the other hand, is the one who pushed Grisha into acting by eating Frida and killing the rest of the Reiss family, something that he didn't want to do despite it being a duty he was supposed to fulfill since he came from Parody to Marley. From Marley. Mm-hmm. So that means Lily already knows that, like, so so those complaints that you had all the way before about, oh, Lily trying to push her agenda because no, I mean Lily already fucking knows that. Thank you, Lily.
Her father become the Titan, which he should have done in the first place. While Eren, on the other hand, is the one who pushed Grisha. Okay, so he did push Grisha. Okay. Into acting like
Yeah, but pushing him does not mean forcing him, because you can still Grisha could still say, I'm not fucking doing it. It's like not. Oh god. Pushed. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, you can say force, but man, he didn't really force him. He just pressured him. He urged him, and Grisha still did it. If Grisha's will was strong, he would not have done it. But Eren urged him to do it. He pushed him to do it, but Grisha still did it anyways. He wasn't forced to. She pushed him to do it. Yes, that's true, but Grisha did not have to comply. Grisha complied.
Reiss family.
Sorry, I just want to make sure my mic is like completely on. 'Cause I know when I dropped it, I don't know if like I hope that it only muted like a couple of minutes of it. 'Cause I don't feel like doing a whole another segment again. I don't feel like doing all that shit. I hope it only muted a few minutes of it. 'Cause I did drop it and did like fall around the place. So I'm pretty sure I pressed the button at some point. So whatever, it's fine. It's a good mic. It's my Razer. It's a fucking gaming headset. This is my PlayStation, not for fucking laptop.
Something which he something which he did not want to do, despite it being the duty he's supposed to fulfill. Who told you he didn't want to have the attack titan? I mean,
Are you kidding me? You said this whole time that Eren forced it. Dude. Dude, you don't make any sense. He could have rejected Kruger's offer of getting the Titan, but he still got the Titan. He still took the Titan. Like, oh god, because he still took the Titan. He still took the attack Titan, so clearly he had something in mind. It was just that when he's about to do it, he didn't want to do it. He still took Kruger's Titan. He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to eat Kruger. Because he was A-okay. He didn't need to eat Kruger, but he still did anyways. This man could have gone back to Molly into hiding or some shit. He didn't have to go to Parody. Because by that time, by that time, a lot of the commanders, not the commanders, but the officers, the Malian officers were dead. So the only person that was really there was Kruger and Grisha. Everyone else is dead or Titan. He didn't have to take his Titan, but he still did it anyway. So clearly he had something in mind. What do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
in a sense in which he didn't, but that would be much later. What do you mean he didn't want to have the attack? Of course, he loved having the attack titan. What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
Oh my god, how are you so confused? He didn't want to kill the Reiss family. He didn't want to kill the Reiss family. Even though that was what he's supposed to fill. That's the whole point of the fucking restorationists. Was to take the founding titan from Parody so they can use it themselves. They can use it against Marley. That's what his duty was to take the founding titan away from the royal family. That was his duty. But he didn't want to kill innocent people. He didn't want to kill the family. But that was his restorationist mission, was to take the founding titan back from the royal family. That was the duty he was supposed to fill. But instead he pushed it on to Zeke, which led to him being where he was at now. Because he already knew where the founding titan was. You know exact pinpoint, but he knew that the royal family had it in Parody. So what he wanted Zeke to become a warrior, to infiltrate Parody, take the fucking Founding Titan, and then come back, so that they can use the Founding Titan's powers against Marley. That was the whole point. I mean, yeah, in hindsight, it was never gonna fucking work, but Grisha didn't know that. So that's what she's talking about here. He was supposed to take the mission that he was supposed to have was to take the Founding Titan back from the real family, but he didn't want to kill them because they're innocent people.
The official
So
closing.
so I don't know. I don't know how he's confused by this. It's pretty simple. And it's 3:32. Okay, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it right here. I'm gonna timestamp it. 21:24:49. I'm having a headache, and I don't want to have a further headache. So 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 49 seconds. Okay, I'm keeping track of this. I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you guys so much for coming. Sorry, I had fun. I'm gonna continue this probably tomorrow after I get home from work. Shit. And I will see you all tomorrow hopefully. Yeah. Peace. I'm out.